Poverty Eradication and Social Welfare of Namibia. Namibia is presenting, in line with their treaty obligation, is presenting their third, fourth, and fifth abridged periodic reports in line with their obligations to this committee under the Charter. And so I have the privilege, the honor of inviting Madam Honorable Doreen and her delegation to the highest table here. Let's go. I have some. Let him take.
Mais uma vez, bom dia a todos.
Once again, good morning, everybody. We are honored to
Namibia, and in behalf of the committee, we appreciate the commitment of government of Namibia to present the periodic report and everything that is doing to improve the life of children. And I kindly ask the head of delegation of Republic of Namibia to introduce herself and the delegation. Thank you. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much to the committee which invited us. First of all, let me introduce myself as Doreen Sioka, Minister of Gender Equality, Poverty Eradication and Social Welfare from Namibia. With me here to my right is the Director of Child Welfare, Ms. Anjamba, and the colleague who was here, I think the first one there, also is one of the Deputy Directors from Child Welfare from Namibia. I've got a team, again, among the crowd there. I've got my secretary, Ms. Emilia Shivute. I've got the other PA, Mr. Rengura, and I've got... The two are also there. Oh, okay. I'm looking at that side. The two colleagues, one is from the Ministry of Health, who assist me, and another one from the Ministry of Justice. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, Mr. Chairperson of the committee, distinguished experts, representatives, and ladies and gentlemen, allow me first of all to put my extra eyes. Yeah, thank you. My apology. It is a great honor for me to address this esteemed committee today. On behalf of the Government of the Republic of Namibia, in relation to our State Party report on the implementation of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, Namibia is pleased to present its combined third, fourth, and fifth periodical report. I'm sorry. Periodical State Party report for the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. The report is the evidence to the commitment the country has made to fulfill the rights of children as preserved in the Namibian Constitution. The preparation of the report includes inputs, several meetings, and consultations between the key stakeholders and children themselves. The report contains strategies, interventions undertaken by Namibia for the benefit of the children from 2013 to 2021. With additional report responding to the observation and the clarification sought by the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and the Welfare of the Child, periodical report submitted on the 20th of September 2024. Namibia remains firmly committed to ensuring the rights and welfare of all children in our country as enshrined in the African Charter. Since ratifying the Charter, our government has prioritized the protection, empowerment, and the development of children, recognizing that they are our most vulnerable resource and the key to a prosperous future. Today, I will outline achievements, challenges, and the future implementation, the Charter's provisions, while reaffirming our unwavering commitment to uphold the principle of child protection and welfare in Namibia. Since our last reporting period, Namibia has made significant strides in strengthening the legislation policy environment to ensure the protection of children's rights. The Child Care and Protection Act of 2015 has been a landmark piece of legislation consolidating various provisions that safeguarding children from abuse, neglect, and exploitation. The Act also ensures that children's views are taken into consideration in matters that affect them, in line with Article 4 of the African Charter. Other legislation in the same line that were enacted are the Combating of Trafficking in Person Act of 2018, the Witness Protection Act of 2015, the Basic Education of 2020. In addition, the following policies were put in place: Sector Policy on Inclusive Education 2013, National Policy on the Prevention and Management of Learner Pregnancy, Social Protection Policy in 2021 to 2022, National Health Framework Policy 2021-2022. Mr. Chair, furthermore, Namibia has implemented the National Agenda for Children 2018 to 2022. Since promoted children's rights through a comprehensive policy framework, other national plans that are aligned with the promotion of the rights of the child are National Development Policy, which we call NDP 5, Harambee Prosperity Plan 1 and 2, that is for 2017 and 2021. Harambee Prosperity Plan is number 2 is for 2022-2025. National Plan of Action on Violence Against Children, 2021 to 2025. Integrated Early Childhood Development Services Delivery Framework of 2017 to 2022 National Strategic Framework on HIV 2018 to 2022 and prioritize National Plan of Action on Gender-Based Violence 2019 to 2023. That, Mr. Chair, our effort to achieve the targets of Vision 2030 also align with the Charter's goals, focusing on the reduction of poverty, the implementation of healthcare, and the access to quality education for all children. Namibia acknowledges that education is power, tool for breaking the cycle of poverty and advancing child development. In this regard, we have expanded access to free primary and secondary education and have made significant investment in early childhood development that we call ECD services. ECD centers have been established across the country with a focus on rural areas, ensuring that children from disadvantaged backgrounds have access to early education, nutrition, and stimulation. In addition, Mr. Chair, the Ministry of Education, Arts and Culture, in collaboration with the ministry, has introduced policies to address school dropout rates, particularly among adolescent girls. We continue to work closely with stakeholders to address issues such as teenage pregnancies and ensure that all children remain in school. We recognize that the well-being of children is fundamentally linked to their access to health care and adequate nutrition. Through our ministry and in partnership with the Ministry of Health and Social Services, we have continued to improve health care services in focusing on reducing infant and child mortality rate, as well as enhancing immunization coverage. Our child welfare grants programs provide support to vulnerable children, and through our comprehensive social protection system, we are addressing child malnutrition and food insecurity, particularly in rural areas. Additionally, our government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic included specific measures to ensure that children continued to receive essential health care and nutrition support during this challenging time. Namibia has made notable progress in protecting children from violence, abuse, and exploitation. The Child Care and Protection Act, alongside other legislation reforms, reinforces our commitments to the elimination of child labor, trafficking, and harmful traditional practices. Child marriage has been explicitly outlawed as we continue to work with traditional leaders to raise awareness and ensure that harmful practices such as early marriage are eradicated. The government has also strengthened its national child protection system by improving the capacity of child welfare officers, establishing child-friendly courts, and increasing public awareness through campaign against violence and abuse. Our country's national hotline for reporting child abuse has proven effective, with a significant increase in cases being reported and addressed. We recognize the challenges faced by children with disability and are committed to their inclusion and protection. Namibia has developed specific programs that ensures children with disability receive specialized health care, education, and support. Our inclusive education policy ensures that no child is left behind as we continue to advocate for the full integration of children with disability and the mainstreaming society. While we have made significant progress, we acknowledge that challenges remain. Namibia continues to face economic hardship exacerbated by climate change and the ongoing recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, which has affected our ability to fully realize some of our goals. Rural area will still have barriers to access essential services such as health and education. However, our government is resolute in addressing these challenges. Going forward, we aim to strengthen our effort by investing in digital technology to expand our access to education and child protection services, particularly in remote areas. We also aim to improve data collection and monitoring system to better understand the needs of children. In conclusion, Director, Mr. Chair, Namibia remains deeply committed to uphold the principle of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. We are proud of the progress we have made in ensuring that every child in Namibia enjoys their full rights to health, education, protection, and participation. However, we are also aware of the work that still needs to be done and remain dedicated to overcome the challenges we face. I would like to express our gratitude to the committee for its continued guidance and support in our efforts. We look forward to engaging in fruitful dialogue as we work together towards a brighter future for all children in Namibia and across the African continent. With these remarks, I thank you, Mr. Chair and the committee. Thank you.
Muito obrigado à delegação da República.
Thank you very much, the delegation of the Republic of Namibia, for submitting the summary of your periodic report on the implementation of the African Charter on the rights and well-being of the child. As per our rules of procedures, we are going to ask the country rapporteur and the co-rapporteur to present their questions. Thereafter, we will ask other committee members. So, country rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I would like to thank the Minister for giving us that overview, and we are also in receipt of the various responses that we shared. I'm going to ask questions from the first 5 clusters. That is general measures of implementation, definition of the child, general principles, civil rights and freedoms, education and leisure. And then I'll hand over to the co-rapporteur to ask a few questions therefrom. So my first question is on general measures of implementation, specifically on paragraph 4, where the committee requested whether the combating of the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill and the combating of the Rape Amendment Bill had been adopted into law. From the response, it's clear that these are among the bills that have been tabled in the National Assembly during the year, I think as at September 2024. But there is also the fact that there is another law, the Witness Protection Act of 2017, that has established a Witness Protection Board. The question still goes back to what was asked: when will these bills be passed into law, or could you give us some kind of status other than the fact that they have been tabled before the National Assembly? Then in terms of the Witness Protection Unit that is referred to in the response to question 4, what is its function, especially in relation to protection of children whether they are witnesses or children in conflict with the law. It would be very instructive to get the connection about the protection unit and how it protects children. My second question is question 5, where the committee observed that there was a national agenda for children that was adopted in 2018 for the period 2018 to 2022. And the question was, is there something that is in the offing beyond 2022? From the response, it's to the end that the ministry, I'll abbreviate it. The Ministry of Gender, Equality, Poverty Eradication and Social Welfare is in the process of finalizing the process. So is it a process of finalizing something? So if it's a process of finalizing the process, it would be interesting to get insights on what process that is that has to be finalized before another process is finalized. It's in the process of finalizing a process of developing a new national agenda for the period 2025 to 2030. Question 3 is from question 7, where we note that the report covered aspects on child protection, welfare, violence against children, and the committee sought further data on aspects of inclusive education, health, birth registration, and other areas. In the response does not reflect aspects of inclusive education, and I would like to get clarity. On aspects of birth registration. From the data that has been given on deworming of vitamin A, it talks more about deworming, children living with HIV on ART in different spaces where it has been very suppressed, among others. But the critical aspects of inclusive education, healthcare, birth registration are not captured in the response. Question 4 is from question 8. My question 4 is from question 8, where the committee requested additional information on the budgeting processes for the children needs in the Republic of Namibia, with specific regard to how children are consulted, how the budget is allocated. And there was an indication from the response that Namibia has made efforts to engage children in various policy processes, including consultations. My question is, how far does this consultation go? If I recall correctly, I also stand to be corrected if I'm wrong, that the conversation that we had about participation when we had the visit 2 years ago, children would only participate up to a specific level. From the conversations we had, especially for the Children's Parliament, the participation ended when they handed a report to the Speaker of Parliament. Is that something that has changed? How far does this participation go so that children's voices remain to be heard throughout the entire population? And how do you get a reflective representation of their voices? My question 5 is from question 9, where the committee noted the Republic of Namibia had approved the National Recommendations Tracking Database in 2021. And the question was whether the database had been operationalized and publicly available. The response was it has not been finalized and is not yet publicly available. So if it was to be approved in 2021, when will it be finalized? When will it be publicly available? I recognize the fact that there are other spaces where we can get data, but I think there is a critical importance on the public availability of this specific database. Question 6 is from 10. My question 6 is from question 10, where the committee commended the mandate of the children's advocates and sought to get more insights on the information about the community's awareness of the complaint mechanisms and the extent to which children, especially those in vulnerable situations, are engaged. A very beautiful response in terms of the children's advocate, who is located within the office of the Ombudsman, and you unequivocally give us various channels through which the various complaints may be made anonymously, through the Ombudsman's website. That's an online initiative, through an SMS line that would require a phone, through a toll-free number that would require a phone, through in-person at one of the regional offices. Would like to know, in terms of regional offices, how these are distributed across the country, or via email or social pages. That would also require some form of internet also. So what is the effectiveness of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 methods or channels of lodging complaints, especially for children who are in vulnerable situations or who don't have access to a phone, who cannot access the offices? What other models do you have that would speak to those gray areas to ensure that those complaints are made? My question 7 is under cluster 2 on the definition of a child, where we requested information on whether the recognition of the Customary Marriages Bill had been enacted into law. The response is that it has not been enacted into law, although a report was finalized by the Law Reform and Development Commission that speaks to the aspect of the age, among other things. When will it be enacted? What is delaying the process? Are there instances in which we would be of support through our working methods? My question 8 is from question 13, where the committee noted the need to address discrimination challenges, and it's related to specific bills: the Matrimonial Properties Regime Bill, the Interstate Succession Bill, the Divorce Bill, and we requested information on the current status of the bills and what factors have delayed their adoption. In your response, you don't tell us about any of the bills. You refer to a certain proclamation, the Native Administration Proclamation, that provides specific forms of direction. This is great. There is something that is being done. But still, the question stands, what is the status of these various bills, since the response is silent? Question 9 is on life, survival and development as one of the principles, and we're asking, we recognize the 2014 to the 2018 strategy in terms of addressing infant and under 5 mortalities. Has there been a subsequent strategy? Yes, you report about the 2016 to the 2030 strategy on national reproductive, maternal, newborn, child, adolescent health and nutrition. What concrete steps have been taken in the new strategy to deal with infant and under 5, the under 5 mortality rates? My 10th question is on civil rights and freedoms with regard to name and nationality. We sought to receive updated data, regional data on birth registration disaggregated by region to enable an analysis of progress from the data provided in 2016. In the response, the requested data is not available in a comprehensive manner, and you state that although birth registration is now digitalized, not all births are digitalized. So the electronic NPRS does not contain comprehensive data. Are there steps that are being taken to ensure that this comprehensive data is received? Because it would help for the child in Namibia. Question 11 is on privacy, where we sought to appreciate the clarity on the media ombudsman and how the children's awareness on complaints mechanisms is available to them where the media violates their rights. It was indicated that the complaint may be written to the media ombudsman either in person or by telephone or in writing. This is in relation to the fact that, yes, we have these channels. The question still stands, how do these channels cater for other children who might be in more vulnerable situations? My last question is linked to the response to paragraph 25 and paragraph 27. Paragraph 25, we sought to get clarity on whether there have been legislative measures to expressly prohibit corporal punishment in the home, and we requested information on the status of the bill against torture. Statistics on the application of these laws with regard to corporal punishment, I think would be instructive, because in the response you say the state acknowledges that corporal punishment is not explicitly prohibited, but yet the Act gives the minister responsibility for child welfare. Are there specific alternatives in this Act with regard to promotion of alternatives to corporal punishment? And in the same vein, with regard to paragraph 27, where the committee sought further information on the number of children who fall victim to corporal punishment, bullying or otherwise, and the number of cases reported, The response was that though the state collects data on child abuse in general, there are no indicators. Yes, there are no indicators, but it would be very important that that data is there. In light of the various engagements that you have taken, and in terms of having a registered facility for children, forms of alternative care by court order, engagements in public and private schools, engagements in prisons and police cells, in paragraph 25, there is no way you would not move towards developing indicators that you would use. So we would still urge you to tell us about steps that have been taken towards subsequent development of indicators, as alluded to in paragraph 25. Those are some of my few questions. I'll now hand over back to the Chair for further direction. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I give the floor to the Vice Country Reporter.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the committee, for giving me this time. Allow me to welcome Honorable Minister Sioka, the head of delegation of Namibia, joining my colleagues in welcoming you. And also allow me, Honorable Minister, to appreciate your statement which you presented to the committee. My questions, just like Honorable Robert, we are just deriving them from the responses which you gave us from the follow-through questions we gave you. My first question is in relation to the general measures of implementation. We note that as a government, we have a National Advisory Council on Children and Children's Fund. Can the delegation elaborate on the prevention and early intervention programs which are supported by this Children's Fund? Is there a fiscus budget? If so, how far is the state supporting this Children's Fund to ensure that as a government you reach the Abuja Declaration, the 15% in terms of health, and the Dakar commitment of 10%? As child rights issues are scattered in different ministries, what percentage is allocated to each ministry from this Children's Fund? The next question is around the Child Justice Bill. I'm just reiterating to what has already been asked by Honorable Robert. Whilst the committee applauds the passing on of the Child Justice Policy, the committee would want to know whether the Justice Bill has been tabled, and if not, what are the hindering factors for it not to be tabled? And to what extent has been the Child Justice Policy impactful? The committee appreciates the data which we received on healthcare for children. Could the delegation explain the decrease every year on the number of children receiving vitamin A supplementation? Would be expecting that at least the number would be increasing in terms of coverage, but according to the statistical data which we received, which is stretching from 2013 right to 2023, vitamin A supplementation is decreasing. Does that mean that we are having fewer children who are being born, or we are having an increased mortality rate? What is your analysis of this data on health, especially when we focus on children living with HIV who are on ART? As a committee, we also note with concern that the number of children who are infected, who are receiving antiretroviral therapy, is really gone down. Is it maybe because the Republic of Namibia You are now reaching the 95% score. The data here does not speak to stunting. What is the stunting rate in Namibia, and what measures are in place to ease the problem of stunting if it's there? We note that the government has put up with what you call the National Recommendation Tracking Database, which was initiated in 2021. But to date, it has not been operationalized. It is already 3 years down the line. What could be the problem hindering that? Because for us to get informed policies, we need statistical data, we need scientific data. So what is the state doing to ensure that that positive initiative is operationalized? The committee knows the Republic of Namibia has an office of the Ombudsman. You also have the National Advisory Council on Children and Children's Fund. There is the Ministry of MGE, that allow me just to call it Ministry of Gender, just to shorten, thank you. The Ministry of Gender, which has got the overall side on the coordination of children's issues. The committee would like to understand what makes the uniqueness of each structure and which acts govern each structure, and how effective is the coordination in terms of children's issues for promoting of their rights. The children's advocate, according to your responses, received 487 complaints from children. That is from 2015 to 2023, a period of 8 years, meaning that within those 8 years, annually 60 complaints were raised, monthly 5 complaints were raised. Does this mean that there are no violations which are happening in the state, or the processes of reporting are not child-friendly? The committee notes that there are mobile schools which have been provided for the marginalized communities in Namibia, which include the San, the Avatu, to mention a few out of what you gave us. In relation to the principle of non-discrimination, is this the standard for all schools in the country? If not, why has the government of the Republic of Namibia put mobile schools for this special group of people? And at the same time, what percentage is the mobile school in relation to non-mobile schools? And what criteria is used to identify children who attend mobile school or the other? My next question, Honorable Robert has already asked on that one, focusing on child survival strategy. However, I just want to have an understanding of which category of children are covered by the child survival strategy. Up to what age? I'm asking this question with in mind that the definition of a child is anyone below the age of 18. To what level, to what age is the child survival strategy covering? That is when you review it. The committee notes the acknowledgement by the state that baby dumping is a great challenge in your state. For the committee to appreciate this challenge, how many babies are dumped annually? Out of these, how many mothers have been incarcerated? And also, is adoption the only option for provision of parental care? Because according to your response here, it appears like it's only adoption, which is the only alternative method of care for children who are dumped. The The committee applauds the Republic of Namibia on inclusivity of vulnerable groups in Children's Parliament. The committee would like to know what percentage of the child parliamentarians have a disability and what criteria is used to identify the children with a specific disability. For an example, the hard of hearing, or those who have got albinism and the hard of sight. I think I'm coming to the last question, yes. Right, I was looking at the statistics which you provided us on birth registration. We really appreciate. On analysis, I note that children without birth certificates is 10%, which is too high, and it's even worse in the rural areas where it's 14.2%. It's even worse in the Kavango West rural area where it is 32.2%. What is the government doing to reach these people? Is it because the electronic system which the government is using is not available or accessible to these communities? What could be the contributing factors, and how is the state going to bridge the gap? May the delegation furnish the committee with information on accessibility to birth registration by children without parental care, to mention a few: children living and working on the streets, child-headed families, refugee children who do not have parents. I'm just mentioning a few. How does the state assist them? Could the non-registered be those who do not have parental care? I'm looking at these percentages of 10%, 14%. Could that percentage be comprising of children without parental care? I think I end here. I give the floor back to the chair. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, honorável Ana. Vamos dar a palavra agora aos outros membros do comitê.
So, Babu Bakrin has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'avoir donné la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for the floor. I welcome the delegation from Namibia.
Les enfants qui sont les parents, les citoyens.
These are the parents and the citizens and the leaders of tomorrow. Therefore, they have to take measures to protect the children and the security of the children. Namibia published recently the draft laws on the protection of children. Would like from these drafts, what are the particular provisions which have been established to protect the children living with disabilities in particular?
Children living with albinism, that has not been detailed in your report. As you know, children living with albinism are being attacked within our African societies, and other rights are being violated. What are the clauses? What are the measures that you've put in place to deal with children with disabilities?
Thank you very much. Any other committee member willing to take the floor? Any other committee member? Honorable Karuna, Honorable Baloko. Honorable Karuna.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. all protocols observed, allow me first to welcome the delegation, especially the Honorable Minister for Gender and her able team, to which, with the elaborate presentation. We thank you so much, ma'am, for that. I'll go back to the National Advisory Council on Children. You said that the council has been set up to encourage cross-sectoral cooperation relating to children. Ma'am, can you give us an indication of how this cross-sectoral cooperation is in fact being operationalized in the Republic of Namibia? You also said that this council is for law reform on any issue relating to children. Can the committee be informed on laws relating to children being reformed and changes that are being brought thereto? Give us an example also of facility and services put in place by government with the concurrence of NGOs and civil society. As regards activities of the Council and the Children's Advocate, can you please list some of the activities of the Council and those of the Children's Advocate that shall be carried out, and do provide us with concrete examples of prevention and early intervention programs that shall be forthcoming. And as regards early childhood development programs, can you please elaborate on the early childhood development programs that are in place and the improved version that is being expected? It's also wishful if you can give us an indication of the budget allocated for the development of various IC material that you've said in your responses that are forthcoming, and also the training plan in respect of the various stakeholders and the estimated cost and timeline. Yeah, that's for me. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Poloko, tem a palavra.
Honorable Poloko, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Thank you, Honorable Shoga and your delegates for the presentation. I have a few questions here. Maybe I should say that I should commend you for the progress that you have made so far in terms of improving the educational sector. I would like to know how many children you have that progress to the university, or do you have any children who progress to the university, and what provisions do you usually have for such kind of children after completing their high school? The other question that I have is that what specific provisions do you have for the SEN in terms of their access to education and quality education? And do you have any statistics that shows the number of the SEN children who progress to high school in your country? Then the other issue that you mentioned was you have measures to deal with school dropouts and teen pregnancy. I'm interested in understanding the specific activities that the country has for such kind of population. Then you also indicated that you have provisions for children with disabilities. I'm interested in understanding the kind of activities and programs that you have for children living with disabilities, specifically those who are in rural areas. What has the country done so far to ensure that they have access to education? You also, the country also indicated that corporal punishment is prohibited in schools. I would like to know whether the Child Care and Protection Act of 2015 also prohibits, if it prohibits corporal punishment at family level. And what kind of programs are part of awareness raising in terms of sensitizing people on the impacts of corporal punishment? What other activities does the state have in terms of empowering schools and families in relation to issues surrounding corporal punishment? The last question that I have relates to early childhood education, early childhood care and education. I would like to know what efforts the state has made to implement the UNESCO Tashkent Declaration that requires states to award 10% of the educational budget to early childhood care, early childhood care and education. Thank you, I submit.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Honorable Anne, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor again. I realize the two questions I have are for these clusters. The question is on the registration of facilities for children. The committee applauds the state for the Child Care and Protection Act. However, the committee would want to know to what extent does the state monitor the registered and unregistered facilities to ensure that children are being protected from corporal punishment, and to what extent does the state apply impunitive measures to offenders in such institutions. And the last one is to what extent has the policy for prevention and management of learner pregnancy has been impactful? Has it helped in decreasing teenage pregnancies? Has it helped in ensuring the girls, they are reinstated in the school systems after they have delivered? Thank you, I submit, Chair.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Now, with permission of Her Excellency, the Minister, Head of Delegation of the Republic of Namibia, we are going to adjourn the session to allow the Republic of Namibia to consult as a delegation in order to prepare the necessary responses in a proper manner and be able to come back to the committee here with the answers so as to allow us to have the second batch of questions. That being the case, with your permission, Your Excellency, Madam Minister, Head of the Delegation of the Republic of Namibia, we're going to adjourn this session for 30 minutes so that you can consult and organize so we will invite the Secretariat will usher you to a place where you can sit and prepare the answers. So this session is adjourned.
Good morning again. Bom dia a todos.
Good morning again. We are going to resume business. Once again, I want to thank the delegation of the Republic of Namibia, headed by Her Excellency the Minister. And without further ado, I will yield the floor so as to have the responses to the questions which were brought up by the committee members. So, Madam the Minister and your delegation, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the committee. Allow me first of all to thank you for the questions you posed. They were very educative, and you really expanded my knowledge, some of the questions, because I could see that we gave limited answers to the questions, so now we expanded it. The more you expand it, the more you are expanding our knowledge also. Without wasting of time, let me first of all say, I came with technical people. We are politicians, given these laws to go and pass in Parliament, but the people on the ground who are doing the donkey work are the team I came with. First of all, the Director of Education, Director of Child Welfare, Ms. Anjamba, and the three colleagues there. So the colleagues, I divided them in groups. There's a legal questions, which will be answered by a legal person. Health questions will be answered by the health ministry staff or deputy director. Those one which belongs to this ministry will be given to the director and the deputy director in my ministry. So I'll start by saying the first questions are to be given to the director. Is it you? The first questions.
To Max.
No, to Max, David Lameki from Justice, because they are legal questions. Deals with bills, laws, and policies. Those are the questions. We'll just cluster them in that so that they'll be easy. Remember that some of the 2 ESs we have them. You can hear something, but differently. So we went and compared our notes, how we had them. That's why we delayed. So we were comparing our notes. David, can you attend to the question, legal questions?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Through the Chair. Dear committee members, my name is Max Lamek. I'm from the Ministry of Justice of the Republic of Namibia. Well, just for ease of reference, I will then deal with the questions posed by the committee members. I'll deal with the ones regarding the Combating of Domestic Violence Amendment Act and the Combating of Rape Amendment Act. Earlier, the committee referred to them as bills. In fact, these acts are in operation. They are no longer bills. And most importantly, regarding the Witness Protection Act, which is also in operation. It was published in our government gazette on the 31st of August 2023. We have actually a director that's appointed to regulate and run this unit, and the function of the unit, amongst other things, is to formulate regulations, policies, agreements, and to oversee all operational activities to ensure full implementation of the said act. The committee members had a concern regarding the linkages to the Witness Protection Act as to the rights of the children and protection thereof. Well, it's of great importance to take note that the Witness Protection Act falls as a background of our criminal procedure system. So all persons includes children, vulnerable children, because all these criminal acts affect all vulnerable groups, especially children. So the Witness Protection Unit is indeed a unit that is aimed to protect children. Okay, I would like to go to the next element, which is the National Recommending Tracking database, which was also an area of concern by the committee members. In this regard, just bear with me for a brief moment. Okay, regarding the National Recommending Tracking Database, although it was established in 2021 as a directive of Cabinet, the Ministry of Justice, together with various stakeholders, we had already embarked on this journey as we had tracking recommendation from various treaty bodies already through a spreadsheet. However, in 2023, software was introduced in collaboration with the Office of the High Commission on Human Rights. The issues pertaining to, in fact, there are no issues. The Republic of Namibia is actually ready to roll out the software. However, due to technical and financial constraints regarding the Office of the High Commission on Human Rights, we are still awaiting for the technical support in order to fully roll out the National Recommendation Tracking Database to the Republic of Namibia. So the delays herein are really just of technical issues, but we have the software. It's just that the software is in a dummy stage, so we have to wait for the technical experts from the Office of the High Commission on Human Rights to assist in this regard. In terms of the bills that were mentioned by the committee members, I just classified all the bills together. This includes like our matrimonial regimes, the torture bill, and all these bills have been bills that are being tabled in Parliament. So the various stakeholders are taking part in the process of initiating these bills. And lastly, I just wanted to touch on a concern by the committee regarding issues of corporal punishment. From a legal perspective, although there are no explicit legislation that govern corporal punishment, apart now from those that have been mentioned, such as the Basic Education Act, which obviously prohibits corporal punishment, one also needs to take into regard that we follow a very strict criminal regime. So in this regard, this obviously means that one also has to look at the various elements of offenses, such as assault. It now depends on the degree of the actual physical violation of a human being. In this regard, we're talking about children. So we always have the criminal justice system in the absence of now talking about corporal punishment. I mean, here we're talking about someone's bodily integrity regardless of age. So obviously our criminal justice system is also there to act as a punitive measure in cases of assault. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Honorable.
First of all. Colleagues, I think Lameke has explained bills and acts who are already passed. I think like just a Child Justice Act is already at Parliament list. And definitely, colleagues, you may see that Namibia is just promising. We are involved in many things. For instance, this year, we have got limited days which will attend Parliament. Therefore, I promise you that this year, this Child Justice Bill is not going to be passed. Because right now we'll go back to Parliament only to go and approve national budget. Then all the bills have to hold on. After the 28th of this month, we are going to open just for 2 weeks for the budget. Then we close this election in Namibia this year, in November. That's why I want to be clear that this bill still will be delayed. I know, even though I'm not going to be there, don't question the incoming Minister of Gender, because I have cleared it that there's a promise that there will be no, this bill will not be passed, because we have got this election coming in November. Therefore, we are closing immediately after 2 weeks, we go for campaign. So my apology for that. I know that's another delay. Thank you very much, Ms.
Yes, thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me start by the question that was following the other one on bills. It was simply on the national agenda for children. When we said we are in the process of finalizing that process, it's just to say that we are still busy looking at the process of how we develop that one. And the delay is simply come from our procurement processes where we do advertisement and we do it for the second time, for the third time again. Otherwise, we should have started by now. So the process we are finalizing is that one of, we actually want to outsource that and develop that together with the support of someone else as a consultant. And they are busy right now with the meeting, just to confirm the people we have listed for that activity right now at home. So we extended that national agenda for children. We call it the NAC, and also complemented by the National Plan on Violence Against Children for Namibia. The other question was on the children. We term those parliamentarians junior parliamentarians, and the question was how are they involved in the discussions on the budget. And our response to that is they are involved in the first place with the discussions. They get invited from the regions. This time we have 60 young people from different schools in the regions that come for their parliamentary sessions in Windhoek, in the capital. So they do attend the sessions with all issues as stipulated by the other young people in the regions where they come from. Then they come for discussions, and they actually come to Parliament for their sessions before we start discussing the new budget. So when they're outlining their issues, for example, to say the child grant we offer to a child might not be adequate to cover the needs, then those recommendations are forwarded to the relevant ministry to take it up with the budgeting process. When they state that they need teachers to be trained into any area that they feel that the teachers need support, and that is channeled to the relevant ministry that can do something budget-wise as far as training or capacity building is concerned. And with the budget discussions itself, our offices are open to all the adults and the young people. So the young people, not only the parliamentarians, other young people also comes in to attend. They are from the university and so on. And then ministries, the relevant ministries, take up the issues that were highlighted to see what is to be allocated in the budget for such expressed needs to be met. The other question was on the children's advocate. It was stated, what is the effectiveness of the mechanisms or the modes of complaints that we have highlighted in our response? What are other mechanisms? What are other modes that are there? And those we highlighted in the response was 5 ways, whether they go there in person or they these complaints that are being made to the Office of the Ombudsperson, specifically to the Children's Advocate. The Children's Advocate specifically does not take out these cases and deal with them. So they look at to refer this. Is it an issue that is relevant to education or to Ministry of Gender or to Ministry of Justice, Masters of High Court and any other office? So they refer back for the relevant stakeholders to look into these cases. At the regional level, there are also offices where the children and state their cases. When to the teachers or to the social workers, to the regional council, or any other relevant person that can be of guidance at the regional level. We also have the national helpline where young people can call free of charge. It's housed with our Childline Lifeline, and that is where children and young people can call regarding other issues they experience. They receive counseling or they are still being referred to relevant offices to help. So that is the different means. Honorable Chairman, I can continue with other questions allocated to me. Yes, the other question was on the National Advisory Council on the Children's Fund, specifically Children's Fund. That issues are scattered in different sectors or different ministries. Is the fund operational, and if so, how much is allocated to each sector? And our response is we have the budget allocation, little funds for the Children's Fund to be established, but we have just made a request. We just made a request to the Ministry of Finance to approve that. So our Children's Fund is not yet operational. Each stakeholders are still having using the funds allocated to them in their specific sectors. So we are still working on the full operationalization of the Children's Fund. The other question was on registration, civil registration was our response about the 10% of those who have birth certificates and so on. What we are saying here is our relevant Ministry of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security just completed another campaign where they went to the regions and call upon everyone who is in need of civil documents to come register, including the birth registration. And I think there were many requests, and they have registered more people again through that campaign. It's not the first one they are starting. They usually embark now and then on campaigns like that into the regions. The other question here, other question was, to what extent does the state monitor that children are protected in the facilities? And what measures were taken if there were any perpetrators also? Here we are saying in Namibia we have developed the minimum standard for care for residential child care facilities. And this is actually the standard that is guiding us into registering the residential child care facilities for children. So we follow this standard in terms of those who have passed the standard. They have registered, and we do further inspections to find out if they are still following this standard. So we go out to the regions and we do the monitoring. We have the self-assessment questionnaire attached to this standard so that this organization rate themselves where they are standing, and we confirm their rating, whether it's true or not what they are saying. We do train the caregivers at these institutions on child care and how they should handle issues of complaints and so on from the children themselves. And if there is anything that is not good, anything crime related that is coming from the side of the caregiver, I think that will just be dealt with like with any other case that is a violation of the child's rights. So they also have measures in terms of how they talk to children, how they handle complaints with the children at the facilities, and so on. And we have social workers at some of the facilities that do group work with the children, like impacting skills on the children, how they have to behave, socializing them into how they become responsible citizens of Namibia. Yes, with those few, thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll have a small comment on it. There was this parliamentarians, I don't know if it's the lady over there who is having it, who are coming to parliament, that there's discrimination maybe of the San people. San people in Namibia, like where I come from in my village, we have intermarried with them. I've got grandchildren born from a San lady. My son is married to that lady, so we have intermarried. It's difficult now some of them to identify them, that they are San people. Because we have intermarried. During parliament system, I was there this year when we had junior parliamentarian National Assembly. There was a child from the albino family, not family, how do you call them? Albino girl. There was this disability. I remember the guys from Zambezi. We even took him, we always take him whenever we have got international. He's a well-educated child. We always take him whenever we have got these children's days to show others that even though I've got difficulties speaking, I can do something. He always visits my office. So I made him to be the star of everybody, that is, especially people with disability, that we have them. Some people, they also, one child came this time around to Parliament. So we are no more discriminating. No information again. This, when I was still a deputy speaker, when I started in 2005, that was a legacy. We said with the speaker, late Comrade Gurirab, that we should leave a legacy, that we set up Children's Parliament. That's the legacy my boss left, and I'm still working on it since I was one of the founder when we started Parliament as Speaker and Deputy Speaker. So later on we extended it to, how do you call, local authority, how do you call them, for National Council. They've got also another junior National Council Parliament there. So we have got two sets of children, National Council and the National Assembly, even though we call them parliamentarians also, parliamentarians. So we have them. We have got junior mayors, we have got junior speakers and their deputies. So is what we did. So to the regions, it will be extended. And unless when we have parliaments in those regions, we have got those honorable, we always call them honorable, even though they're in the regions or in schools. So the founder is still alive of that junior parliament, which we have said. Thank you. Yes, Miriam? On health, I know we did not finish. If your questions were not captured, really assist us again to bring it forth.
Thank you, Honorable Silka, and thank you, Chair, and thank everybody for the question posed. I'm going to elaborate on those that we've managed to obtain, and just like indicated earlier, we may allow follow-ups should there be some clarification needed. There was a question on related to HIV in terms of ART coverage amongst children, as well as vitamin A coverage, which was seen to be reducing, and it's bringing the question of to whether is it because of the high child mortalities, or why are the few babies or children receiving ART. Just to indicate that in terms of HIV UN/AIDS target that many member states have committed to, Namibia is amongst those countries that have committed to the 95-95 target, and as of now, Namibia stands at 94 and 97, 93. That is the first one we normally refer to HIV testing, the third goal being around HIV treatment, and the last one, we are expected to ensure that everybody that is on ART is having HIV virus being suppressed to a level where there will be impossible or near zero transmission to the next person. In this case, also including transmission of HIV from a mother to the unborn babies. Although in terms of right, if I can include that, we are also busy changing the terminology, mother to transmission, to consider calling it vertical transmission, because there is a connotation of stigmatizing the virus of transmission to make it look like it's the mother that are responsible to transmit the HIV to the unborn babies. Then in terms of children, if you check on the report, you have seen that we've been around the 90% and in 2014, 2015 there, and then we decline over the range of 80 to 77 towards 80. Then during COVID-19, that period we were at 77, and then we shifted back upward in 2022 to 90%, and as of now we are speaking of 95% coverage. And generally also, there is the transmission on Namibia is targeting to have at least the transmission reduced to 2%, to under 2% by 2028. And if you also, according to our data, the HIV transmission amongst babies have reduced from 10.3% in 2013 to now 4.1%. So if we now, like with, we are being guided, we developed a roadmap where Namibia is committed to eliminate and committed to the triple elimination to eliminate both the three conditions, namely HIV, hepatitis, and congenital syphilis amongst babies. So given all this, Namibia was just recently in 2024 February awarded a global recognition by World Health Organization. It was celebrated recently in May for having reached silver and bronze on hepatitis B and HIV respectively. So we couldn't commit to have the syphilis data was not evaluated or assessed because of data gaps, but we have now committed with the regional governors through the Office of the Prime Minister to ensure regions are on track as we move to commit to gold in all three conditions, hopefully. So given also that the percentage of mothers that give babies that are mothers that are HIV positive and give birth to HIV-free babies, they are standing at 98.6%. So this gives us hope, and it explains why we have fewer babies on ART, because we are nearing elimination, so that we have learned also lesson from our neighboring country, Botswana, for having committed, I think if I'm not mistaken, being the first African country to commit to birth to elimination also, and Namibia followed the full step. On vitamin A coverage, we are doing very well. In 2019, we were in the range of 84%, of which now we stand at 86%. The stunting rate stands at 24. The acceptable range, as we all know, is 10%. It's still concerning that we have 24%, but we are deploying mechanism to see how best we improve that. So we've been, from 2019 to date, there has been an increase. Perhaps we can validate that data, and we will welcome the data source to see how best we rectify that observation. Then also now with, I moved to another question which was posed on child survival. Just to indicate also the vitamin A coverage, we have also developed strategy to incorporate it in immunization and in supplemental immunization, especially at 9 months, where we immunize babies against measles, and we do a strategic campaign to ensure that the children that are in the hard-to-reach areas, they are reached with these services. There was a question on child survival strategy that is just has lapsed, and it will be under review. And now that Namibia has committed to a strategy we call RAMCA. RAMCA is an acronym for Reproductive, Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health and Nutrition Strategy. So it's Namibia recognized the need of an integrated approach to ensure that services are not offered in silo, but rather in an integrated manner. So in this strategy, the question was also the age inclusion. What age are we incorporating in this strategy? Since we are looking at it being RAMCA and not only children-specific forecast. We have included all from preconception period actually, so that mothers and fathers discuss conception and its planned in a manner that is improve their reproductive health. And also during pregnancy, Namibia introduced a positive pregnancy experience as recommended by WHO, so that we are focused not only on the visit of the mother, but to allow mother to share lesson, because they are more powerful when it's peer-to-peer. So we have included all children and until the age of 18. Then we put strategies also aimed at 18. We have included adolescents as well as mothers. So it means in these strategies, adults and fathers and guardians, there is an aspect that this will not be offered in isolation. There was a question, what strategy will Namibia deploy to ensure that there is a reduction of infant or under 5 mortalities? Honorable Sioka spoke around Harambee Prosperity Plan, number 2. We have tied this strategy to that, and we report on quarterly basis to Office of the Prime Ministers on key indicators, including like improving the shelters of mothers that are waiting to deliver and so forth. And also training obstetricians, because we realize the need of increasing of the expert and to allow outreach to the lower districts or health facilities. We have also included 14 strategy in this strategic document. There are 14, and they are built. They will include data analysis and data use. We have formed a strong partnership with members of parliament and parliament staff, and we are advisory member to the technical working group of the National Assembly, where we empower also women to be champion of sexual reproductive health. So National Assembly is having a committee on sexual reproductive health, and we take all this key data that related to child health, so that it also equip our members of parliament on the data and where the bills that need to be moved, so that we formulate laws that are responsive to child health needs and to reduce mortalities. It also includes studies. I'm not going to unpack all the 14 strategies. I'm just going to mention 5 more things that are related to how will we reduce the mortalities in this strategy. We have incorporated activities, sub-activities to those strategies, including death review committee. We have established a guideline that was not in existence that guide all regions on how to review maternal death and neonatal and infant mortalities and being reported timely. But again, in addition to that, we have created a committee for maternal health that will now allow, because the one that we have are institutionalized strictly for Ministry of Health. But we have now one that will look into calling our partners to discuss how best what intervention can we deploy to reduce those challenges. And we continue to go to school health related activities, and include our academic and institution and research institution to help us do the data. And also, last one I would like to mention is Namibia to introduce to strengthen, it's already in existence, the essential basic emergency obstetric and newborn care. In addition to, again, the health, Namibia just launched the health community structures, a lower level type of a health structure that is operating below clinics and in the villages, so that we cascade the basic services related to maternal and child health, so that there is access to that. And we're looking forward to the traditional bill, because we want to reactivate our traditional birth attendants to be recognized and registered, and to see how other traditional knowledge can be studied to help our mothers and to protect our children. And as I stated, also Honorable Member is a member has been involved in this technical working group and been of support to ensure that we do better in protecting children and reducing mortality. I think those are the questions I had from the health side. I will hand over to the chair.
Let's just proceed to the last, and maybe.
Thank you, honorable members, for the question. I think I'm going to supplement to what my director has been responding on. So I'm specifically responding to the question of the data of birth registration, which is not readily available. So I said that the data we have at the moment, it's only for instances for 2016. So the Ministry of Home Affairs and Immigration, I think they know that there is an issue. There has been technical assistance around there to ensure that the data that they are collecting is being analyzed. So, but up to date, they are still busy, so that's why we'll not be able to give you updated information. However, we have also conducted the census for 2023, so we are waiting for statistics agency to publish data on birth registration. Having said that, you know that Namibia is would like to go through digital to ensure that information is being collected. Through the support of NSA also, they are busy capacitating the Ministry of Home Affairs to ensure that they collect data and they publish data in timely manner, and anytime anyone who's looking information is able to get that information. So that's the first question. The other question was, what is the uniqueness of the Ministry of Gender Equality, Poverty Eradication, Social Welfare that is coordinating children program issues in the country? So I said that the Ministry of Gender Equality and Child Welfare has a specific directorate which is called Child Care and Protection, responsible for child programming in the country. The directorate is headed by the director, and it has also two deputy directors specifically for dealing with programs. So we deal with all programs at national level that are related to children issues, either alternative care, policies, anything related to children. And also we have social workers at regional level and constituency level dealing with cases of child protection issues, including awareness and also response. So I may say that social workers in the Ministry of Gender Equality and Child Welfare, so they are social workers who are professional. They are registered by the Council of Namibia, so they can't practice without being registered, which is one of the uniqueness for Namibia, because into many African countries we have seen that anyone can be a social worker and can deal with cases of children. But for us, really, the social workers should be registered and should be having a degree, and they are able to take care of issues related to children in Namibia. And the other question is on the issue of baby dumping, and if we have data. I think we have data on this baby dumping. Maybe we will update information. And also there is a question that honorable member asked if this the only adoption is the only alternative care we have. So we have different alternative care options in Namibia, including kinship care. We have residential child care facilities, we have foster care, but also adoption for these children who are abandoned. So we feel that it's the best option for those children, because those children who are abandoned, so we'd like them to have a stable family once they are placed into that specific family. So I would say that we know that baby dumping in Namibia, it's criminalized, but if a baby is dumped into a safe place, so we will really not take action against that mother. So that's why we always try to disseminate, to ensure that if you don't need child, please dump child into a safe place. So we will go and take that child and put that child into a residential child care facility while we are in the process of adoption. The adoption takes a long process, because if that child is dumped, so we have to make announcement on the radio, on TV, where possible, if there is anyone who's really a relative who would take care of that child. If there is no relative, so that child is put up for adoption. So I think for these children who are dumped and who don't have any families to look after them, so we feel like the adoption is the best option for them, where they will be able to get a stable family and they can grow into as normal children. I think that's what I can say now, Chairperson.
Tahir left something out.
There is one question on the indicator, specifically I think on the issue of corporal punishment and bullying. So as a Ministry of Gender, Equality, Poverty, Eradication, and Social Welfare, so we have developed electronic case management. As we said, that social workers deal with all cases related to child protection. So at the moment, we have developed indicators that will capture most of the program that they are dealing with. And the issue of bullying, corporal punishment in school, and also in homes, it's part of the indicators. Although currently we don't have readily indicators, but our social workers were trained and they will start populating the database into the next financial year. So we are hoping that in the next time when we will be reporting, we will be able to report on these issues of bullying and also corporal punishment in schools and in homes. Chair, over to you.
Yes, I will be first.
Please.
Yes, I don't think we responded to this one on what provisions are being made in terms of children with disabilities. We have a division of disabilities at the Ministry of Gender. But I want to say we have specific schools for those who are deaf or blind, visually impaired, visually impaired. We have specific schools for those. We are responsible for transporting them to and from school for those who are unable to do so, or they are far in the region from the other region where the school is. And children with disabilities are provided with a disability grant, which is 1,600 Namibian dollars per month per child. And we also support in terms of materials, depending on what they need. They need a wheelchair, they need diapers, some might even need food, especially those with cerebral palsy that might only be able to consume or to take in a soft diet and so on. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Chief.
Thank you. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, delegation of the Republic of Namibia. More so, Your Excellency, the Minister, we are going to continue with our session, and we will have one more round of questions, should there be, and such questions should not take more than 10 minutes. And thereafter, we will have about 10 to 15 minutes the most, if Excellency the Minister agrees, to attend to any questions that the committee members may ask, because we will have another report in the afternoon. So, Honorable Robert, should you have any follow-up questions, if you please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I would like to thank the Minister and her delegation for effectively answering those questions. It has cast a lot of light on the position in Namibia, and we are very thankful for that. It speaks to the conversational attitude that we use at the committee. I have 4 questions. The first question is with regard to question 69, where the committee was looking forward to appreciating the adoption and steps on the draft National Action Plan against child labor and domestic work. From the response, the National Plan against child labor is yet to be finalized and will be adopted in the next financial year. While it's a question, it's also a comment. We look forward to the adoption of this action, this national plan, and please give us some insights, if any. Question 2 relates to refugees, asylum seekers, and internally displaced persons. We appreciate that at one point there was only one refugee camp in the country, but from your response, you've spoken about Osiri refugee camp, Katimo reception area, and also the fact that some persons can go to Windhoek to get responses. One of the responses still in relation to the camps is that children are required to be in the settlement with their parents. At times we have children who are unaccompanied minors. We have children who might not have their parents, perhaps for some other reason, whether humanitarian or other crisis. What would be the effect of the position where children do not have parents? What about those unaccompanied children? Then, out of curiosity, I would like you to educate the committee on the nature of the refugee regime in Namibia. Is it an encampment policy? Is it an integration policy? Do the refugees integrate with the community? I think that would be very interesting to know, and perhaps a good point.
Please, this is a second round of questions, not a follow-up. Thank you.
Allô, ça marche?
Yes, my third question is with regard to children in armed conflicts. We requested to know whether the state party has programs for identification or assistance of children, despite the fact that Namibia is not a country which has conflict, but there are children who come from those spaces. Specifically with regard to the right to education, I know there are some good practices elsewhere where the persons, some of the refugees who know the language of the children would be the ones who are taken up to teach, so that children still have a day in school. I'd like to know if there's something similar to that position in Namibia, or something better. And my last question, is with regard to children in situations of drug abuse, paragraph 78 to be exact. The committee requested information on whether the facility is operational, and if so, on the number of children who have benefited. From the response, the ERRC phase is yet to start in the next financial year with the appointment of a contractor. May you please confirm that this will be done, and if there is any other input that you would give us, the committee would be greatly obliged. Thank you very much, and over to you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I hand over to you.
Thank you. Honorable Anne, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. And thank you, Honorable Minister Sioka and your delegation so far for the responses which you have given to the committee. I will respect the Chair's direction that we do not need to follow-up questions on that. Anyway, for this segment, I think I've got just 4 questions. My first question is in relation to the statistical data which was provided to the committee in relation to immunization rates, child mortality. That's the table which I'm looking at. The committee applauds the state for the increase in immunization coverage. As it appears here, you are now at 99.78%. We applaud you for that. However, the committee raises a concern that in view of this high coverage of immunization, the under 5 mortality rate has been going up steadily for the past 3 years. In 2021, it was at 15.7, and this year, as according to your report, is on 23%. What could be the problem for this increase? We also noticed that the infant mortality rate, that is the under 1, is also going up. So it's a cause of concern if the immunization coverage is high at that rate. The committee also is concerned with, if we look at also at the percentage of children born with HIV, it appears according to these statistics from 2021, you were doing well, the rate of infection was going down. It was actually at 0.9 in 2022, but now it's gone up to 1.32%. What could be the reason that this infection is going up? And also, could the increased mortality and infant mortality rate be related to the HIV status of children born with HIV? The committee is also interested, globally now as we speak, we have the pandemic of the Mpox. Has Namibia had any cases of Mpox? If so, what is the case fatality rate? And is Namibia intending to embark on massive immunization of its populace, especially children, against Mpox? My second question is also in relation to statistical data which you provided around mental health issues. In this case, you provide the statistical data on suicidal cases amongst the children. What could be the possible explanation for the suicidal rates in both gender, that's the boys and girls? Because according to this data, the total is 57, if I've added well, 57 children who committed suicide up to this year. And what is the further disaggregation in terms of data? Which group in terms of age has common suicidal cases, and what is the extent of abuse of the illicit drugs, since globally also is a real big issue, drug abuse and alcohol abuse in our children and youth. Could there be a nexus between these two, that is drug abuse and suicidal rates? We applaud the government for promoting exclusive breastfeeding for children who are under 6 months. In relation to this, has the state established baby-friendly hospital initiatives, and are these in all the public health institutions? If not, what could be the reason? My second last question is that you also provided us data on registered residential child care facilities. Is the government having any intentions of moving away from institutionalization to family care and focusing on care reform? As you are quite aware, I think your government is part of it, the Rwanda Declaration for Ending Institutionalization for States. How far have you gone with care reform? Does the state have transitioning frameworks to help states prepare the children in institutions to live independently when they attain 18 years of age? How often are the 456 registered homes monitored to ensure there is no practicing of orphanage trafficking? My last question is on the situation of children in relation to cell trafficking and abduction. And initially the committee was requesting information on whether the state party has entered into agreements with other neighboring countries to enable coordination in addressing child trafficking. In relation to this question, are there any measures which the state has put in place to strengthen their border systems activities in relation to this? I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Honorável Boubacar tem a palavra.
Honourable Boubacar, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I would like to abound the same sense that has been mentioned. Some of the data mentioned is obsolete. We're talking about 2014, 2018 in terms of the strategy. Has this strategy really been implemented? Do we have viable data? I understand that you gave tangible data. However, was that implemented? Secondly, we're talking about the health policy. 2010-2020. We know in 2024, have these policies really been put in place in order to take care of future challenges? Now, you spoke about vitamin A. We have other illnesses. But what were the measures taken by Lesotho for vaccination in order to reach the rural areas in Namibia? Indeed, you have bullying and so on. Do you have statistics? Children need to be looked after so that they can be comfortable. be it at school or within the family. So what are the measures taken by Namibia children who are committing suicide? Madam Anne mentioned various issues, and here are my succinct questions. And the statistics need to be up to date. We're in 2024, and yet it doesn't seem that your statistics are up to date. Thank you.
Honorable Hermine. E finalizamos com
Honorable Hermine and then Honorable Sabrine. So as to wind up.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I recognize the honorable delegation of Namibia. Mine are questions related to the issues of child marriage. With regard first to the age of marriage, I was made to understand the age of minor or majority is 18, but a person who is under the age of 21 requires consent of his or her parents to enter into a marriage. But I also noticed that there is an exception. You see, unless that person has been previously married or emancipated by an order of court. So what are the circumstances under which one can be emancipated? So that means that a person under the age of 18 can be married if emancipated. And also the second question is still related to the issues of marriage. I agree that I've not quite understood the differences in rights of spouses in civil and customary marriage. The response was not too clear for me. What's the difference between a civil marriage and a customary marriage, and the rights attached thereto? So those are the questions I had. I also had the question on the corporal punishment, because with regard to corporal punishment, you indicated that there are no indicators, meaning that is it not an issue which interests the Namibian government? Is it outlawed, or is it a practice which is outlawed but still being prevalent? And I think what measures the government is taking to outlaw it if it is not outlawed, because I want to understand the issue of the corporal punishment. Thank you.
Para finalizar, Honorável Sabrina.
Thank you. For me, I would like to express a warm welcome to the delegation led by Honorable Madam Minister. And also I would like to congratulate the Republic of Namibia for the submission of their periodic report on the status of implementation of the Charter. I avoid to repeat and to ask the same question asked by Honorable Masiwa concerning the mental health. I have one question concerning the child refugees and migrants and internal displacement. As Honorable Roberts said, the committee noted during its visit that the state party has only one refugee camp in the capital of the country. So if it's possible to give the committee some information concerning the measures that have been undertaken under the Law 3/2015 concerning the protection of children, to guarantee the best interest of these children, to guarantee the best interest in juridic and administrative procedures, and also to deliver the identification documents and to access to education and other services such as health, justice, and sport and leisure. Thank you for this constructive and frank discussion, and I submit, Chair.
Muito obrigado, Honorável Sabrina, pelas questões.
Thank you, Honorable Sabrina, Honorable Kembo, and other committee members. Thank you for your contributions. So now we are going to adjourn again this session. So, Your Excellency, the Minister, 10-15 minutes will suffice for you to provide the responses to the additional question, or would you need a bit more time? 10-15 minutes will do?
I can ask if we have a break of 10-15 minutes is enough. 50 minutes? Yeah, thank you, Excellency. So we are going to break this session for 50 minutes, and then we will return to finalize. Thank you for help. Good afternoon, Excellencies, member states, member of committee.
Okay, we can proceed.
With the indulgence of Your Excellency, the Minister of the Republic of Namibia, we give the floor for the next 10 minutes to answer the question and finish. Excellency, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Really, let me start by giving Ms. Bridget, the gentleman, I'm sorry, there's no gender balance. I'm the Minister of Gender, only one man, but there's one there. Even that still gender does not balance. Please, Mr. Lameki, can you answer to the questions I allocated to you? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I think the questions that I'll be handling has to do with child marriage, the age, and the age of 21 and the circumstances pertaining to emancipation, difference between civil marriage, customary marriage, and the issue pertaining to the position of corporal punishment in the Republic of Namibia. Perhaps in order to really understand when it comes to the age of consent in terms of child marriage, this is because it's based on the regimes that we have, including the Married Person Equality Act and obviously your Child Care and Protection Act, which also does away with the age of majority. So in this instance, the Child Care and Protection Act made a new rule in which the age of consent to marriage is set to a minimum age of 18, and obviously this relates to both civil marriage and customary law marriages, but obviously there is the exception, which is where the person who's under the age of 21 need consent of a parent or guardian in order to marry. This is really based on the premise of parental consent in the instances where if the parents are married, then both must consent. If the parents were never married, the parent who has guardianship must consent. If the parents are divorced, the parent who has guardianship must consent unless the divorce order says something different. If the divorce order makes both parents equal guardians, then the consent of either of them will suffice, unless the divorce order contains a special requirements for the consent of marriage. It's really just premised on the various laws that we have in place that regulate the age of consent to marriage. And then there was the issue of the difference between civil marriage and customary marriages. Well, again, this is also subject to interpretation because obviously our constitution recognizes two different marital regimes, both civil and customary. The difference is just that in terms of the one is regulated in terms of specific legislation, which obviously has an impact on the various matrimonial regimes and the consequences that come with marriage. Obviously, if you're talking about civil marriage, we know that it needs to be solemnized by a marriage officer, which can be a magistrate or a pastor. This now in terms of the Namibian regime, which is specified in the Married Persons Equality Act, as opposed to obviously your customary marriages. I mean, those follow the various customs because obviously you have different ethnic groups that follow different norms. So really it's just the administrative part of it that makes it different, because you're then looking at, you know, norms versus contractual natures of marriages. I think the last issue that I wanted to deal with is in terms of corporal punishment. Well, I will only deal with the legal aspect of it as opposed to the data. I think my colleagues will assist me. Corporal punishment in itself, I just wanted to make it clear to the member of the committee that wanted us to really make a distinction as to whether it has been outlawed. Yes, it's been outlawed. Now, it's outlawed in terms of our common law, in the sense that there's been a Supreme Court judgment in this regard that strictly outlaws corporal punishment. It's just that it has then, the common law has just been domesticated in terms of the Basic Education Act of the Republic of Namibia, which makes it explicitly prohibited. But also in terms of our common law, it is outlawed. Now, the notion is also based on the fact that you're dealing with, it's a form of, it's a human right violation, actually. That's why also we also look at the laws that are in place, as I mentioned earlier in the first round of questions, that any act that is harmful to a child, whether physically or emotionally, there are governing laws that automatically protect the child just by virtue of the human rights. So we have the courts as well to deal with issues of bodily violation, be it in the form of corporal punishment. So we classify these under various forms of assault. It could even, it can even be an issue of grievous bodily harm. It just depends on the magnitude. So to answer the committee member, corporal punishment is outlawed in the Republic of Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you. But remember, we are given 10 minutes round up. We should not overstay. Yes, the next person, Anjamba.
Good afternoon once again, Honorables. My one, it's a very short one. It's on the issue of the action plan against child labor and domestic work. So this, as we stated into our report, so this plan is not yet finalized, and it would be adopted in the next financial year, which is 2025-2026. So we don't have more information on this, so we can't discuss because it's not yet adopted. Over to you, Chair.
Ms. Njamba?
Yes. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Chair. The next question was on the refugee camp at Osire and the other reception area. We have in one... Oh, sorry. The question was, children are required to reside in a camp with parents. The question was what will happen in a position or in case when there's a child without parents. So that child or those children will be unaccompanied minors, and we will be dealing with them as children in need of protective services. We have cases where we have come across those children and we have taken them up into our residential childcare facilities, and we work further with the respective countries in terms of the way forward. They need to find out more information about this child, and then we take it from there, what is going to happen. Yes, refugees, they do get integrated within the community depending on the period of years they have been staying, and I think that also depends on the approval of each individual application that they can make. They can apply for permanent residence, for example, and that depends on the authority for approval or not. And then at ACERWC, we have a normal official school like any other school in the country. So the children have the right to attend that school education. And in Namibia, if you are not able to be taught in your vernacular, there are 3 other options that are available to you to be taught into English or Afrikaans or French or Portuguese, depending at the point where you are. The other question was on institutionalization. Does the state have any mechanisms to prepare those children in residential child care facilities after 18 years? Yes. In the first place, that's why we put them in school, so that they have a direction where to go after 18 years. We do support them even for tertiary education or for vocational training, depending on their capability. We do have contacts with their families for those who have relatives. We take them up and back for holidays, during school holidays, and we go to the extent of seeing where can we actually be fitting them into employment, either into ministries or into other organizations. We have even taken some of them up into our own Ministry of Gender Equality, Poverty Eradication and Social Welfare. So we try, each case will be dealt with according to its own merits, but importantly, we try to integrate them. Right now, as they are in the institution, they should be knowing, for those who have relatives, where are those relatives? And not all of them stay until 18, because some qualify for adoption and so on. Has the state entered into agreements? This one was regarding borderline activities in relation to trafficking. As a country, we have developed the national referral mechanisms. We have meetings, inter-country meetings with our neighboring countries. We provide grants to the children in Namibia so as to put them in school and also prevent them from being trafficked. We assist children from the San community and marginalized to put them in school so as we prevent trafficking and so on. We don't have much children without parental care because we do register them into kinship care at courts, either with a court order or without a court order. And those are mostly the ones that are being taken care of by the relatives. We do register children also, the ones that can be abandoned. It's the responsibility of the social worker. If we don't find any parent, then it's the responsibility of the social worker to register such a child with our Ministry of Home Affairs, because it's their right to have a birth registration document. Yes. Other question was prevention of bullying at schools. Yes, that is our point of focus in terms of preventing bullying and other types of abuse at school. Namibia have developed a national framework on school safety, and that gives provision for teachers to be trained actually how to address issues or how to deal with issues of violence against children. Not only the teachers, but the life skills teachers are also training the learners themselves. The children's rights awareness we are raising every day, it's not only about rights, but it's about responsibilities of every child as well. And we educate them that where your rights are ending is where the rights of the other person are starting. So it's very important we educate them how to respect the rights of others, whether it's at school, whether it's another child or a teacher, or whether it's at home. So that is our national framework, and the majority of the teachers at the schools are now aware, and they do refer cases of violations of children's rights to the social workers. And we are busy capacitating them further on training to cover many of them, and also on the database. We are training them how to enter data when they are identifying these cases into our database. And we attend to the cases then that they have referred to us. Yes, the last one was more on like the other one on the refugee camp. Yeah, the best interest of the children are of paramount importance, and we just ensure that their rights are upheld and protected, even when it comes to sport and leisure. And there's no discrimination between a refugee child and a child who is Namibian, for example. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Yambo, last one.
Thank you, Jay. I'm just going to run through a few questions posed on health. One was on mental health, on the noted suicide amongst children. And the question on in which age range it's very common, and what are the reasons and strategy Namibia has to address this. I would like to indicate that this data is not completely managed within the ministry. It's lying across some data sources, including the Namibia Police and other line ministries. So the commonality is simply to say it goes as low as 9 years old, but the data demarcation now that we have is 18 years and above and 17 years and below. So we note that there is still need for improvement for data demarcation so that we are able to tell, but however what is happening now is manual data counting, and then the country look at that. Reason mentioned in the reason to why, they've been ranging from various reasons, namely bullying, education result. I think when children write exams and how the feeling around result being bad or versus comparison on other fellow kids' performance. Relationship related challenges with parents is one of the reasons, and also with their I'm not good with this. I think I'm conflicted with the word intimate partners, because so maybe we need to look into that terminology because they are children. And chronic illnesses has been also amongst the reason. Alcohol and drug abuse, those are the amongst the top reasons why children were found to commit suicide. Namibia has deployed many strategies, but I'm going to mention two. One is the country is at the advanced stage of developing the National Strategic Plan on Prevention of Suicide. And secondly is the development of the community guide, which is in implementation, newly developed, now is being implemented at community level to facilitate awareness and for all age ranges to know how to pick someone who looks suicidal or might need to have support, just to pick the signs and symptoms. And the other element is also the implementation of the adolescent-friendly services that is ongoing to make places being inviting for adolescents to feel free And also, I think you've been hearing about the Sexual Reproductive Health Rights Clinic Center of Excellence situated in Commerce, of which our third Namibian First Lady to date been vocal about. So that is also one space where boys and girls can come, and there are also special session for parents, just to ensure that there is linkage between children and parental or guardians, parental care. Then I moved to the question on breastfeeding initiative. With it was a question on not this initiative seems not to be implemented effectively across the country, and in terms of the fact that we promote exclusive breastfeeding. We have now Namibia has we have discovered that there is limitation in workplaces and facilities, health facilities in terms of space, and that has been a limit. And right now we are revising the sexual reproductive health policy to include this provision, so that it become a policy matter and be elevated to enforce implementation of it, and to become a policy in places of work to support mothers to breastfeed. And we are also working on a breastfeeding code act, so that we promote breastfeeding, exclusive breastfeeding. We have seen that there is sometimes perhaps not well regulated or coordinated other marketers, I don't want to mention names, that we see posters and in magazine and on television promoting other supplemental feedings that we do not advocate for the children that are eligible for breastfeeding. Then I moved to the immunization. If Namibia has Mpox, Namibia has no Mpox to date. And the country has reactivated the National Health Emergency Preparedness Committee, where this discussion on vaccination availability on Mpox is being discussed. For Namibia to implement any vaccination that is new, we have formulated a National Immunization Technical Advisory Group called, abbreviated as NITAC, and that's where we get evidence to recommendation, looking at various studies in the country that have implemented vaccination, so that the country make an informed decision that is in the best interest of the people we serve. So as I speak, this is work in progress, and it would foresee Namibia taking a decision to vaccinate and to know which priority population and which vaccine of choice. Then there was a question on child mortality, on the increase and the reason. It's a lengthy report, and normally there's a presidential inquiry that instituted to help Namibia to address to any mortality case reported within a reasonable time. We look at 24 hours, and we have now established a maternal health review committee, where I've indicated in the previous session, where we call in partners to discuss the best intervention and sourcing also this intervention, and we look at the area that are hard hit or which facilities these deaths are coming from, so that we do mentorship and quality improvement collaborative. However, I should note that there is a reduction in overall in under 5, 48% reduction since 2015, and I think that is commendable, although generally mortality remain high, be it maternal or under 5 mortality. Second last questions, the health policy in Namibia, if it's being implemented effectively, to protect the children, this policy has lapsed in 2020, and right now it is at an advanced stage where the partners and various stakeholders has done a final validation. Unless and awaiting for comments or approval from ministerial management. I move to the last question. Yeah, that was the National Health Policy Framework. The last question was on vitamin A and in relation to immunization. What are the strategies the country has in reaching out to the children in rural areas? Namibia has done right now is in addressing immunization gap. Namibia has conducted inventory gap analysis, so to assess the cold chain equipment across the country, their functionality, and to have electronic database where we maintain and deploy cold chain, because if the cold chain system is weak, it also influences the immunization performance generally and vaccine potency. Furthermore, the country is right now completed an immunization review that is normally recommended to be done every 3 to 5 years for each country. That will tell us also what are the gaps and strategy we need to deploy further, apart from those we have observed during support visit or during normal operation. The last two intervention that the country has deployed is recently, few months ago, we have launched what we called a health post, a facility of that is operating below a clinic, so in collaboration with Village Health Committee to ensure that all the people are reached through the community health workers, a cadre we call community health workers, to ensure that these services are reach all the children. Again, we encourage all facilities to do data analysis weekly, daily, and on quarterly basis to pinpoint, to pick out the low-performing sites and children, catchment area of children that are not coming, so that they deploy an outreach strategically for those marginalized population or the hard-to-reach areas and the low-performing, so that to catch up with the intended coverage rate. And also, lastly, we have conducted supplementary immunization where we take all vitamin A and all integrated services to the villages, and we have also noted that as much as we get concerned with rural area, we have noted that urban area are becoming also a concern due to various reaction toward immunization, and we are also addressing that. Thank you.
Over to you, community.
Muito obrigado, Excelência Senhora.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Madam Minister of Gender from the Republic of Namibia. The committee thanks you and your delegation for submitting your periodic report and for all clarifications that you have provided. The committee is honored, and on behalf of the committee, I want to thank the Republic of Namibia for your unwavering commitment with your compliance to your obligations under the Charter. And with your permission, I'd like to say that the committee does appreciate the achievements of Namibia with regards to the fulfillment and compliance with the rights of the child. And Namibia does ensure the right to education, right to quality health. And from your report, we can see that there are progresses all along, bearing in mind the historic past of Namibia has been tough. Namibia has been one of the last countries to gain independence. That notwithstanding, Namibia is one of the few countries that complies with obligations. And having said that, we will still ask Namibia to keep up with this commitment to ensure the continuous safeguard of the well-being of the child. And should there be any areas we think that improvements are required, we may indicate so in our recommendations. For instance, the case related to access to education and access to quality education. The committee this year, just as the African Union, we are both institutions celebrating the year, dedicating the year to education. Of course, we acknowledge that Namibia is one of the countries that is compliant with the right to education, but it is critical to ensure that at the country level, we have to look at the importance of the challenges posed by artificial intelligence, robotics, and all technologies in education. Today, it's not enough just to ensure access to education, but it's important to provide education that is in tandem with today's challenges so that children may be prepared to respond to the challenges of the 21st century, because artificial intelligence can change the whole setup of a society and even do without or do away with challenges which used to be considered great achievements, which will become redundant. So Namibia can be actually one of the countries that may be steering or leading the trend in terms of preparing our children to be ready to respond to these challenges, and to allow that there be an interaction between machines, robots, and artificial intelligence with the human beings. So we think that Namibia may consider also in the public policies to go a step further beyond provision of education, but also to try to respond to the challenges of the 21st century. We would also like to underscore that it's critical to safeguard a set of rights. For instance, when it comes to mining, we know, and it's of public knowledge, that Namibia has been working hard to ensure a better usage of her natural resources. And we would also like to ask you to improve the monitoring and evaluation so as to ensure that the companies operating in Namibia do respond and respect the environmental rights, so as to ensure that children are not exposed to environmental damage. And we would also like Namibia to promote national and local languages, and to ensure the translation of the Charter on the rights and well-being or welfare of the child into the local languages. By the same token, we would like to ask Namibia to continue to strive so as to abolish any possible harmful practice that may be detrimental to the child, and to ensure a straight collaboration between the government and the traditional leaders. And with your permission, Your Excellency, we would like to assure you that the committee will, sooner rather than later, we will have our feedback concerning your presentation today, and we would also ask you to allow us to undertake a fact-finding mission in order for us to check the implementation of the recommendations of the committee on the ground. We would once again like to thank you very much for your commitment, and feel free. The committee may also in future offer to host us in your republic for one of the sessions.
Okay. Chairperson, members, honorable members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me say I affirm that next time Namibia will host you. I affirm this is the report I'll take. Thank you. This is for your request. As we conclude, Honorable Chairperson, this important dialogue on Namibia's effort, the efforts to implement the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, allow me to express my deepest appreciations to the committee for your attention, feedback, and the ongoing support we are receiving from you. Today's exchange has reaffirmed our collective commitments to safeguard the rights and well-being of children, not only in Namibia, but as I've said earlier, across African continent. I am deeply encouraged by the constructive discussions we had today, and I take your comments and observations to heart. They will serve as a valuable guide as we continue to strengthen our national frameworks, policies, and programs aimed at ensuring that every child in Namibia is protected, empowered, and given opportunities to thrive. While we celebrate the progress we have made, we are fully cognizant of the work that lies ahead. The challenges facing our children today, whether it's poverty, inequality, violence, or limited access to essential services, are not insurmountable. With concerted efforts, strategic partnership, and an unwavering focus on the best interests of the child, I am confident that we can overcome these barriers and create a conducive environment where all children can realize their full potential. Namibia remains committed to the continuous implementation of the African Charter. We will not waver in our resolve to uphold the rights of our children, and we look forward to further collaborate with the committee. Members of the member states, fellow member states, and all stakeholders, as we work together towards a future where every child is free from harm, nurtured in their growth, and afforded equal opportunities to succeed. In closing, Mr. Chair, I once again thank the committee for a valuable work and for giving us the platform to present our progress. Namibia remains a willing and dedicated partner in the mission to protect and promote the rights and the welfare of children, not only in Namibia, but all over Africa. Mr. Chair, it depends on your date which you are going to give us. When are you coming? We'll be ready for that. And I hope you will be there before I retire. I don't know for how long. Thank you.
Excellency.
Your Excellency, the Minister of Gender of the Republic of Namibia, the committee once again thanks you and your delegation for the submission of the periodic report. We thank you for all the information shared concerning the implementation of the Charter. What Namibia is doing is a good example, and it should inspire other member states to do the same. On behalf of the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, we thank you for your unwavering commitment, and above all, for the continuous interaction with the African Union bodies so as to improve the condition of the child both in Namibia and in the continent as a whole. Thank you very much. So we would like to, by way of conclusion of this session, we would like to invite you, Your Excellency, the Minister of Gender, and your delegation to join us for lunch. The lunch we prepared for the participants. We thank you. Thus, with the indulgence of the delegation of the Republic of Namibia, led by the Minister of Gender, I declare this session closed, and I invite us all for lunch. Before that, we'll just ask the Secretariat to update us if there's an announcement. Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Chair. The next session will be the consideration of state party of the Republic of Zambia. That will be held this afternoon, as we are 30 minutes late in time. We will convene at 2:30. So we have 1 hour break for lunch. So we'll be back and start the next session with the government of the Republic of Zambia at 2:30. Enjoy your lunch.
Muito obrigado.
I invite the delegation of the Republic of Namibia to
Take the family photos with the member of committee. Thank you, and enjoy the lunch. Good afternoon. I kindly ask to everyone take the seat, and I would like to invite the delegation of Republic of Zambia. Vamos.
We are now going to continue with our afternoon session. Once again, I would like to thank the delegation of the Republic of Zambia, which will now present the periodic report. And without further ado, I would therefore ask the head of delegation of the Republic of Zambia to introduce the team and present the report. Zambia, you have the floor.
I give the floor for the head of delegation for Republic of Zambia.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Africa. With all the due recognition of the authorities herein, I stand on the protocols established early in the day. And I thank you for the opportunity to present the State Part Report for Zambia on child rights. With me in front, Honorable Chair, are four members of the Zambian delegation who have traveled to present the State Part Report on the rights and welfare of children from the Republic of Zambia. I begin. The executive summary. The State Part Report provides this report to inform the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child about the progress made and challenges faced since the concluding observations and recommendations were issued in 2018. The report outlines legislative and administrative actions taken to progressively implement these recommendations and fulfill the provisions of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. This report reflects the State Party's commitment to the continuous promotion of children's rights in accordance with the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. In line with the guidance of the African Commission of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the preparations and drafting of this report followed the format and involved consultations with key stakeholders. These are both state and non-state actors, civil society organizations, as well as non-governmental organizations were consulted. Additionally, the report was guided by Zambia's National Child Participation Framework, hence children's views were immensely incorporated. General measures of implementation. In line with Article 1 of the Charter, the State Party highlights the legislative and administrative measures taken to promote the rights and welfare of the Zambian child. Legislation advancing children's rights. The State Party reports significant legislative advancements, notably the enactment of the Children's Code Act number 12 of 2022 and amendments to various laws, including the Anti-Human Trafficking Act, the Penal Code, Immigration and Deportation laws, as well as the Climate Change Bill of 2023. These efforts reinforce Zambia's commitment to promoting and protecting children's rights. The State Party, Honorable Chair, remains firm to better and upscale the attainance of children's rights in our country. Defining the child. Honorable Chair, we report that the State Party has taken steps to harmonize the definition of a child in line with the Charter's recommendations. The Children's Code Act number 12 of 2022 defines a child in Zambia as any person under 18 years of age. This definition aligns with Zambia's various laws in child welfare. Children's feedback highlighted concerns. These concerns were related to the age of marriage, particularly in rural areas, and they called for increased efforts to raise awareness of the dangers of child marriage. In this regard, the State Party has amended the Marriage Act to align and incorporate the definition of a child in accordance with the Constitution and the Children's Code Act. General Principles, Article number 3 and 26 of the Charter. The principle of non-discrimination has been reinforced by the Children's Code Act, ensuring equal rights for all our children, irrespective of gender or any status that might be specific or unique to them, as well as children in rural areas and children with disabilities. Additionally, the best interests of the child are prioritized in judicial, administrative, and customary decisions affecting our children. Children participation has been institutionalized through the development of the National Child Participation Framework and the establishment of platforms such as the Children's Parliament. On civil rights and freedoms, birth registration, which is Article 6 of the Charter. The State Party, Honorable Chair, reports low birth registration rates which stand at 14% as a concern. However, efforts to decentralize services, conduct mobile registration campaigns, and link birth registration with health services are underway with a target of achieving 50% at least registration by 2026. Freedom of expression, Article 7 of the Charter. Legislative measures have been introduced to support children's rights to participate in decisions affecting them. Despite having some cultural beliefs that promote child participation, there are other cultural and institutional barriers that hinder the full realization of these rights. To address this, Government of the Republic of Zambia enacted the Children's Code Act, developed the National Child Participation Framework and the National Child Safeguarding Framework. Further, the state is coordinating the development of the sector-specific child safeguarding guidelines, sensitizing the public, and to further ease the use of the Children's Code Act, the State Party has developed the simplified and the child-friendly versions of this Children's Code Act, which are yet to be published. Protection from child abuse and torture, Article 16. Corporal punishment has been abolished, has been prohibited in all settings through the Children's Code Act, and the efforts to build the capacity of law enforcement and social workers to protect children from abuse and torture are ongoing. Family environment and alternative care, Article 25. Honorable Chair, the state party has made notable progress in enhancing social protection programs to support children's welfare and family environments. Increased child welfare budget allocations. Increased child welfare budget allocations aim to improve the living conditions of children and their families, particularly through family preservation efforts and the prevention of child-family separation. The enacted Children's Code Act aligns with the UN Alternative Care Framework, prioritizing family-based care over institutional care, and provides a continuum of care for vulnerable children. Family strengthening programs such as social cash transfers, women and girls empowerment initiatives are essential tools to prevent child-family separation. The state party has also finalized intensive family support service guidelines to further boost these efforts. Chairperson, additionally, the National Social Protection Policy is undergoing review to ensure comprehensive care for vulnerable populations. This will address social inequality, which will in turn enhance social security. This policy emphasizes shock-responsive interventions, nutrition-sensitive social protection, and system strengthening. In the same strength, family-based care options such as kinship care, adoption, and foster care remain top priorities under the National Alternative Care Framework of the Republic of Zambia, while inter-country adoption processes are implemented in accordance with international conventions which have been domesticated in our Children's Code Act. Chairperson, Article 25, child justice reforms, including the establishment of specialized courts, further strengthen protection for children in need of care. Again, children's feedback on this item highlighted areas where the state party still need to revisit. Concerns about those deprived of a family environment were raised by our children, noting that while some are aware of the good government support, some might not. As such, there was great need to sensitize deep, especially in the rural areas, and widespread the information on social services so that it is accessed by all, irrespective of their geographical location. They all called for better alternative and improvement in the keeping of children whose mothers were incarcerated. In the same vein, children with disabilities appreciated the state party's efforts to better their livelihoods and the quest to bring all on board in the provision of their rights. However, they called for more and adequate facilities for their education and recreational opportunities, as many felt disadvantaged, especially when it came to recreational spaces. They noted that in many instances they were left out. Health and welfare, Article 14. Significant improvements have been made in healthcare, especially in rural areas. Initiatives to enhance adolescent health, sexual and reproductive health, health education, as well as inclusive services for children with disabilities are ongoing. Addressing environmental health. Chairperson, we will dwell a bit more on this health hazard issue that seem to affect our children more than the adults. The state party acknowledges the concerns of this committee on the lead pollution in Kabwe, and we are glad to report efforts made to combat this. The state party implemented the Zambia Mining and Environmental Remediation and Improvement Project from 2017 to June 2023. During the project implementation, environmental monitoring was undertaken, and lead contamination was detected in 4 large townships of Kabwe. That is Katondo, Choa, Kasanda, and Makululu, with the most areas having soil contamination between level 3, that is 1,000 to 2,000 milligrams per kg of PB, and level 5, that is about 5,000 milligrams per kg of PB in Choa, Katondo, and Makululu. Since the inception of the project, up to December 2023, a total of 12,500 children had been screened of lead, and 1,570 have since been treated for lead with DMSA in the said 4 townships. In addition, Chair, to DMSA treatment, the children were given nutritional supplement such as RUTF, HEPS, F75, and F100. They were also given vitamins, especially vitamin C and D, as well as mineral replacements of iron, calcium, and zinc. The state party further procured lead testing equipment which have been installed at Kabwe Railways Clinic under the Kabwe District Health Board for regular screening of our children. To monitor the health of children, the state party has trained officers from the Ministry of Health under the Kabwe District Health Office to undertake regular blood lead levels from human blood for immediate action. This is a continuous and regular activity to ensure prevention measures are immediately instituted. To mitigate lead exposure, Chair, the state party undertook voluntary in-service remediation of 550 residential areas in Kabwe, Kabwe's townships of Kasanda and Mutwewansofu. Dredging, landscaping, and concrete lining of the Kabwe main canal was done. This concrete lining of the canal will reduce environmental hazards, mainly exposure to lead that is associated with the overflooding of the canal to the nearby hotspot areas. Lead awareness messaging was taken to subnational and national levels through the mass media and stakeholder engagements. To further mitigate this, the state party developed a lead education and awareness framework. The state party developed a lead education and awareness toolkit. The state party established a district lead education and awareness committee. Some efforts include training teachers to integrate lead education and awareness content and activities into various subjects as well. The state party, the establishment of a lead awareness committee right in schools was also done. This project has reached out to about 60,000 school-going children in 80 schools that are located in lead hotspots, as well as more than 1.5 million community members in and beyond the Kabwe municipality. Education, leisure, and cultural activities, Article 12. The state party has made progress in promoting education with free primary and secondary education, re-entry policies for pregnant girls, and expanded learning infrastructure. Concerns, however, such as low transition rates to secondary education, high dropout rates for girls, teenage pregnancies, and child marriages and limited facilities for children with disabilities are being addressed by the constituency development funds, bursaries, inclusive education, curriculum review, introduction of free education, and the re-entry policy itself, as mentioned hereforth. The state party gladly reports that Zambia's First Lady, Mrs. Mutinta Hichilema, has taken it upon herself to fight child marriages and goes round in person to sensitize the communities against it. The state party is working on improving recreational facilities and addressing issues like stigmatization of returning girls, of girls who return to school. Girls in particular are discouraged by this and the lack of early childhood education in rural areas. The state party is heavily engaged in sensitizing the need for these girls to come back to school. The state party wishes to report that all learning infrastructure are being expanded and user-tailored to accommodate our children with disabilities. Further, government has directed that all play parks that are being used for other purposes apart from the intended purpose should be repossessed. Special protection measures. Refugee and displaced children, Article 23. The state party acknowledges the challenges faced by refugee camps and is working to improve infrastructure and living conditions for displaced and refugee children. Children in conflict with the law, Article 17. Significant strides have been made in operationalizing children's courts and amending laws to ensure that detention is used as a last resort for child offenders in line with the Children's Code Act. The state party has made strides in addressing issues concerning children in conflict with the law, including operationalizing children's courts and ensuring that specialized judges are assigned to handle cases involving children. The Family and Children's Division has been established, and 5 judges have been designated for this purpose. However, the high judge-to-case ratio leading to delays in judicial processes is yet to be addressed. The state party is cognizant of this, and the processes to rectify this are right underway. The state party reports that provisions have been made for legal aid for children in conflict with the law. The Zambian government emphasizes its commitment to ensuring that detention is a last resort and highlights ongoing efforts to implement diversion programs for juvenile offenders. Honorable Chair, on child labor and exploitation, Article 15. The prevalence of child labor remains undesirable in Zambia, and the state party is increasing efforts to implement the national child labor policy and improve socio-economic conditions to reduce child labor, if not eradicating it completely. The enactment of the Employment Code Act number 3 of 2019, which is further reinforced by the Children's Code Act number 12 of 2022, provides for protection of children against child labor in our country. Responsibilities of the child, Article 31. The report highlights efforts to promote children's responsibilities within their families and communities in line with the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. The state party points to the Children's Code Act and the Child Participation Framework, which outlines the responsibilities of children. Initiatives such as children's parliaments and child safeguarding clubs are being established to raise awareness and sensitize children about their rights and responsibilities. Additionally, the state party is conducting sensitization programs targeting parents, community members, traditional and religious leaders to ensure a broader understanding that children's responsibilities should not infringe upon their fundamental rights. The state party, Honorable Chair, has incorporated the charter into the Children's Code Act and has since progressed to develop and publish the simplified version of the Children's Code Act and the child-friendly version as mentioned before. Dissemination of documentation and way forward. To sum up, we wish to state that Zambia is committed to distributing the Children's Charter, particularly through some parts of the curriculum and implementing its provisions in domestic laws through legislative, administration, and our judicial processes. Honorable Chair, members of this 44th session, I submit. Thank you for your kind attention.
Muito obrigado à delegação da...
Thank you, delegation, for your periodic report. We have taken note of a plethora of information concerning the developments in the implementation of the Charter. We do understand also from your presentation that there are still challenges that you are tackling. And as per the procedures, we will then now yield the floor to rapporteur and co-rapporteur to advance with the questions pursuant to the report submitted to us. Thereafter, we will ask the committee members. We have 15 minutes to present our questions, and I start with the rapporteur, country-rapporteur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity. I also want to seize the opportunity to thank the delegation of the government of Zambia. Thank you for presenting this report, and I was in your country on a follow-up mission on what has been done following the concluding observations of the committee, and I saw much of what you have done on the ground, and that is why we are here to get updates on some of the things you had commenced. You're welcome. I would start with a commendation on the enactment of the Children's Code Act. It had been a matter of concern raised on several occasions by the committee, but that has been taken up. This is a progressive legislation that has tried to subsume all aspects of child rights in your country across the sectors. So I would just start, I would like to know, or the committee would like to know, well, given that child rights issues are multi-sectoral and they are located within different ministries, departments, and agencies, for instance, health, for instance, education. So has there been, pursuant to this enactment, has there been adequate investments in terms of budget, or at least progressive increase in budget deployed for the implementation of child rights across the sectors, especially now that there is a coordinating mechanism? And then the failed referendum, on the constitutional review that sought to upscale issues of children's rights into the Bill of Rights. Could we have an update on, how does it stand now as it is? How does it stand? And then for your committee, the National Coordinating Committee for Children is a very important mechanism in your country as far as issues of children's rights are concerned. Can you enlighten the committee on your powers, the level of your autonomy, the levels to which you can operate, confidently? Do you have a direct line charge of the budget deployed to your department? And then do you have the coordination in terms of coordination oversights, on the other ministries that have issues of children's rights located? Are you able, to receive reports from them under the authority given to you? It's very important to position this mechanism properly in any given country. You did mention something about the Anti-Trafficking Act, the amendment, and here again we have a recommendation for you, especially given its wide scope, including the protection of vulnerable immigrants, the establishment of response centers, the Human Trafficking Fund, which are provisions of the Act. So in reality, how does this translate into reality? Do you have this committee that is also created under this law? Do you have it on ground? Do you also have the trafficking fund in operation? It is one of the provisions of the amendment. Has this committee been constituted? Is it operational now? And if it is, to what extent has it been capacitated in terms of personnel and technical support? And I go to definition of the child, and once again I commend the efforts of the government to bring the definition of the child in alignment with the Constitution and the Children's Code Act. This is very well commended. But what is the status of some of those legislations relating to some crucial issues affecting children? For instance, the Immigration and Deportation Act. And how does the Marriage Act stand now on the issue of age and on the issue of parental consent for marriage below the age of 18, as well as the Defense Act, which touches on issues of recruitment of children into armed forces and hostilities? On the best interest of the child, the efforts the government of Zambia has made to entrench the principles of best practice, best interest of the child at community levels are well noted. For instance, there has been sustained engagement with traditional and religious leaders, according to the report. And so your report says they have also, shown the will to conform to standards of best practices or best interests of the children. But besides maybe like a verbal commitment, what formal structures, what monitoring and reporting measures exist to measure the level of compliance at this level? The level of understanding in the first place, and then compliance at this level. So on the issue of non-discrimination, the committee did raise concerns on the rights of children living with albinism, to which the government of Zambia revealed a series of initiatives and responses, including awareness raising, capacity building of parents of children with albinism, rehabilitation and relocation of child victims, etc. So notably, the state is committed to investigating and prosecuting reported cases of attacks against persons living with albinism. I would like to know in the first place, according to your report, you have some rehabilitation and relocation centers for child victims, children who live with albinism. Do we really have them on ground, or these are just proposals of what the government wants to do towards, rescue and rehabilitation of children living with albinism? And then aspects of prosecuting, investigating and prosecuting cases of attacks on persons living with albinism. Is this an offense that is specifically defined under the criminal laws of the country? Or do we have it covered under generic laws of assault? Is there special focus? Is it spotlighted in the criminal laws? Is attacks on persons living with albinism? And there again, I would ask what has been done to give, prosecutors at the level of the police the capacity to be able to prosecute offenses of this nature. And on that, I would just ask if there is if there has been data or statistics on the outcomes of such prosecution indicating a drop in these attacks. Or if the database indicates a rise in the number of convictions against perpetrators of attacks against children living with albinism. And then just to find out what your progress report is on the ratification and internalization of the AU Disability Protocol and development of the National Action Plan on Albinism. On issues of non-discrimination again, there were earlier concerns raised by the committee on the issue of doctor-patient ratios. Sorry, I will come back to that. So we'll now look at the issue of child participation. Here again, the state is commended for incorporating principles of child participation in the Children's Code Act and for adopting the National Child Participation Framework. But added to that, what administrative measures have been taken towards the implementation of the framework for child participation? Has it been established? Is it being implemented at an institutionalized level, or maybe just at a one-off level when there are going to be celebrations, maybe of the National Day or of maybe the UN days? Is this done at an institutionalized level? And how is this replicated at the community levels, the application of this framework on child participation? And then, how are children's views considered and respected in judicial proceedings involving them, especially in civil proceedings, in civil aspects involving them? How is their view? How are their views considered? What kind of weight is attached to the views of the children? Can you also throw a little more, give us some update on the proposal to constitute a children's parliament? How far have you gone with this project? Because it's one of the strongest mechanisms through which we implement principles of child participation. I will just talk about birth registration and then we'll stop for now. The report indicates that there have been robust initiatives to increase birth registration coverage, and this is also well acknowledged, including decentralizing birth registration services to health facilities, mobilizing the rural populations, and introducing mobile birth registration services, among other things. So what efforts have been made towards addressing the backlog of children who were not registered prior to these new interventions? There was a backlog, so what efforts have been made to recover, to be sure that these children are able to get their certificates and their nationalities well established? And so what monitoring structures exist for monitoring and reporting progress in the area of birth registration? And how is the civil society involved in carrying out birth registration? So I will pause here for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Honorable Aver. I will yield the floor to the Deputy Chair of the committee.
Vice Rapporteur.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. Honorables, members of the delegation, welcome to the 44th ordinary session of African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Let me congratulate you for the submission of your periodic reports and also for this constructive dialogue. Now I'd like to take the floor in French. Je vais directement commencer par les mesures générales.
I will start directly on the main measures of implementation, stemming from the other stakeholders who are working on the modalities, dealing with the revision and constitution. On the brief timeline, as you've mentioned in our report, would you please inform the committee of the measures that you have taken with regard to promoting inclusion and reinforcing governance? Would you furnish more information on the modalities of consultation of all stakeholders as aforementioned in your report? And what is the place for the participation of a child in this regard, with regard to the National Committee of Coordination for the Children, and equally the statutory instrument as per the legislation of 12 for the child, and the measures undertaken to accelerate the implementation? Would you please furnish more information on this great synergy that you have implemented, that your beloved government has established up to 2025? What are the public stakeholders concerned? Is the committee would like to commend you for the adoption of the law of 2018 with regard to the statistic and database. Would you please furnish the committee on the visibility that your government is availing for the availability of this information system? Are there any mechanism of publication of this data? And what are the methods that you have applied? With regard to point number 5, with regard to the access to recreation centers, and basing on the efforts of the member state so as to encourage the communities to promote leisure and recreation, what are the measures that you have undertaken to fight against the regional disparity dealing with sports? Would you please furnish us quantitative data in this regard? With regard to the human rights institutions, would you please furnish us the elements with regard to the focal point as it has been defined and documented in your report, and the missions undertaken to the thematic groups? With regard to point number 7, the committee takes note of the increasement of budget pertaining to the question of the child and the manners according to which this allocation deals with economic reduction. Would you please furnish us more precision in this regard with relevant parameters and disaggregated factors? With regard to point number 9, in what measure the national programs of social protection are financed and institutionalized? Are there any statistics to gauge, assess this progress with regard to the vulnerable families? I am continuing with the definition of a child. The committee appreciates, as per Honorable Harvey, appreciate the legislative effort of the member state to align the definition of a child with the international and regional norms or standards. As you have mentioned, the report with regard to migration, expulsion, and the legislation pertaining to the protection of a child. Would you please furnish the committee with the decisions pertaining to the willingness of the member states? Point 11. The committee acknowledges the progress on rural health. Would you please furnish the committee on the quality of the services on the vaccine cover and healthcare in pediatry, psychology of the child, and as well as the offers for mother-to-child care? With regard to non-discrimination, the committee takes really not of all the elements of responses with regard to fighting against discrimination as well precised and well detailed in your report with regard to the readaptation and the localization of child victims, the commitments with the organisms for the children living with albinism, and the free distribution of appropriate lotion or solar creams, the sensitization, etc. The committee would like to know if the government has already established a national policy so as to eradicate the attacks on the human rights violations as per the human rights plan to fight against discrimination against people living with albinism. Does the government have a prevalence of children living with albinism so as to have an adequate monitoring and evaluation at the end? With regard to the participation of the child, the committee commends the member states for having encouraging the children with regard to the community mobilization. The committee would like to have more information on the operationalization of a national frameworks for the participation of a child. Do you have any inclusive measures for the implementation of this plan? With regard to civic liberties and freedom, would you please furnish more programs with regard to the detailed implementation so as to see how the member state envisages to reach all the districts up to 2024? How does the government collaborate with this to the registry recording of the children in the whole country? I will stop by here. I submit. Thank you so very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee, Honorable Abubakrin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. I would equally commend the delegation of Zambia for having submitted its report as formed its obligation for pertaining to the implementation of the Charter for the rights and the welfare of the child. I would like to to tackle the points on the implementation of health vaccines. What are the legal obstacles, legal and political obstacles in front of which the members with regard to sexual rights and to mainstream, so that these children go back to school after their pregnancies? As we have discussed access to health and sexual rights, very important for young girls for pregnancy. Members, the adolescents have efficacious health right, access to abortion, urgent health care. We're talking about the right to have pregnancy first 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months. What are the measures that Zambia has undertaken pragmatically and practically so as to enable these young girls from Zambia to have access to qualitative health care in a secure environment? I submit, Chair. Thank you so very much.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I recognize the honorable delegation of Zambia. I recall being in Zambia a few years ago on the issue of child marriage. I also recognize the leadership of the President of Zambia on this issue. He is the African Union champion on child marriage. When we were there, there were some issues. There were the issues of religious leaders involved against child marriage, as there were in some churches problems with regard to this issue. I'd like to know the updates. Has there been any improvement? We also saw a vibrant implication of traditional affairs on the issue.
We visited Chief Chamuka, and then we also saw the various initiatives that were being put in place. The only issues which to me seems a problem then was the issue of school reentry for teenage mothers, yes. And the good thing of it was the free education policy that was being implemented. But the issue was how are those teenage mothers, how are they accompanied to re-enter school? Because it is true that the school is free, but they have their child that they need to look to cater after them. So this was another issue. That are the issues on which I need to have updates. Thank you.
Honorable Robert, tem a palavra.
Honorable Robert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I also add my voice to the delegation and thank them for taking time to have these conversations with us. I have about 5 questions. The first one is from paragraph 10, where there was an indication from the committee in terms of recommendations in the 2018 concluding observations regarding the revision of the amended constitution in terms of adding specific aspects to the Bill of Rights. My question is in relation to paragraph 10, and it's to the end that what steps have been taken, or could you update the committee on the expansion of the Bill of Rights? The second question is from paragraph 74, where the state party reports that had put in place institutions to ensure protection from abuse and torture. with regard to children in accordance with existing relevant legislation. The question is, what specific steps have been taken by the state party to revive the office of the Commissioner for Children at the Human Rights Commission? I think this is very instructive in terms of coordination, in terms of cooperation, but to the end that the child receives the benefit from the engagement by the state. The third question is from paragraph 101, where the committee noted the aspects of lead pollution in the Kabwe region, which significantly affects the health and well-being of children, and other aspects such as the right to clean water, a health environment. What steps have been taken to ensure that this is dealt with? This is also in line with the fact that the children also gave their views on the fact that the state was not doing enough with regard to that pollution. From paragraph 105, the state informed the committee about the National Health Strategy Plan for 2017 to 2021. I believe this plan has long expired. Could you advise us, could you address us on whether there is a new strategic plan in place and how it addresses the challenges? If it's not there, what other steps are being taken to ensure that the gains that have been taken under the old strategic plan are taken into consideration? Paragraph 107, with regard to education, leisure and cultural activities, the committee appreciated the progressive developments, but noted various concerns, such as the disparity in the completion rate of among the urban rural children as well as boys and girls, the fact that fees are still labeled on parents at primary level for various contributions despite the law that makes primary education free, the disproportionate number of primary and secondary schools, as secondary schools are almost just 10% of the number of primary schools, the low transition rate from primary to secondary, the high dropout rate, especially for girls due to teenage pregnancies, child marriages, insufficient hygiene facilities, and the lack of sufficient investments and capacity building for early childhood development. What are your views on these specific concerns that were raised by the committee? Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. We are now going to open the floor to Honorable Karuna, and then we will adjourn the session to allow the delegation of the Republic of Zambia to have time to consider the questions. Honorable Karuna and then Honorable Poloko.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the floor. I add my voice to commend the government delegation of Zambia for the elaborate reporting in child rights as per the Charter. Without much ado, Chair, I would wish to find out from the delegation, in fact, insights into the practical steps the government of Zambia is taking to address in concrete terms the challenges of poverty at its level. I have understood also that child malnutrition is also not under control, with a high rate of under 5 standard growth in children. What are the actions the government of Zambia is taking to ensure that we have children who have a good start when it comes to their health and well-being outcomes? We also understood that children are being deprived of basic sanitation facilities and drinking water sources. Can Zambia enlighten the committee on actions taken to counter such a situation and to ensure that the best interests of children are indeed of primary consideration when it comes to decision making? Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the floor.
Honorable Poloko.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. Thank you, the Zambian delegation, for the presentation of your reports. I have only 2 questions. The first question is that you indicated that there's been an increase in terms of children's access to education and enrollment in schools. My question is, what has the state done in terms of implementing the Abuja Declaration, where education has to take 20% of the national budget, and what is the budget that is allocated to early childhood education, because the UNESCO Declaration requires the governments to award 10% of the education budget to early childhood education and care. Then the second question relates to what my other two colleagues have asked, Honorable Kembo and Honorable Abubakrin, concerning retention of children in school. So I would just like to know the activities that the government has done to ensure school retention. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Honorável Poloco. Vamos assim.
Thank you, Honorable Poloco. So we are now going to adjourn the session. Invite the delegation of the Republic of Zambia to take 25 minutes to prepare the answers for our questions. There is a separate room where the Republic of Zambia will coordinate the answers. So in 20 minutes, we will expect you back in the room with the answers to the questions. Thus, I adjourn the session for 25 minutes. I thank you.
Muito boa tarde.
Once again, good afternoon.
I give the floor to the delegation of the Republic of Zambia, just to inform that after they answer these questions, we give 1 second round of questions of the member of committee. Excellency, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The questions were about 37 in total, but some of them will be answered as one, as they are related to each other. I'll begin with the question on vaccines. How are they administered, and just how what the state party is doing to make sure that every child gets vaccinated, and these vaccines are in the correct or healthy state. So far, Honorable Chair, is that the state party has not had any information about shortage of vaccines. Neither has the state party experienced an aftermath of a would have been stale vaccine. We have what we call the Child Health Weeks, where the health officers or officials will be going actually from door to door, carrying out this, and prior to that, the national television will be advertising that one. For those that are in rural places, far to reach areas, they receive these vaccines through mobile health services. And in very remote areas, the state party has refrigerators that run, some of them on paraffin, and then we don't have a situation whereby the vaccines would go stale. And the state party is glad to report that we have not had any incidents of a child who has been sick of a vaccinatable disease but was not vaccinated because the drug was not available. Modalities of birth registration backlog. How is the state party hoping to do this? The registration of the birth registration mechanisms that have been put in place are actually improved, and the mechanisms are improved, and whereby children will be registered at birth or within the birth period. The State Party, Honorable Chair, realizes that before this mechanism was put in place, there could be a number of children that were not vaccinated, were not registered, and they are not yet registered. And we wish to report that that is something that can be done over time, and the plans are underway to make sure that every gap that might have been left behind is actually covered. How do CSOs get involved? They get involved through advocacy, technical, financial, and sometimes physical support. We are glad to report that the state party actually enjoys a very rich work relationships with our partners, the CSOs, the NGOs, and everyone who has a bearing or who has a mandate into child care. Visibility of information for ZAMSTATs and the data that could be in the custody of the state party. After every national survey, such as censuses and the census and the surveys, the information is published, is made public to the public, and it can also be found. We thank technology for now. It can also be found on the websites for these institutions. So after every survey, information is published, and anyone who needs it, if at all it was for an urgent need, you can go to the website of this institution and it will be published. And that's how we are able to refer, after the census of 2022, this and this information was gathered. Doctor to patient ratio. Honorable Chair, the state party wishes to report that the state party has been employing big numbers of health workers, 15,000 over the past 2 years, and by 2024, 4,000 is envisaged, and the target is that within the possible shortest time, the doctor-patient ratio should be as narrow as the state party can possibly get it to be. And the quality of health care in rural areas has also been improved. The biggest driver to this has been the CDF, whereby communities are given money, not communities, constituencies, are given money, over 30,000, over 30 million is given to every constituency in Zambia, and the constituency itself decides what they want to use the money for. And many of them actually report big numbers of healthcare facilities being constructed. The re-entry policy, how does the child who has been, who was pregnant, how do they come back to school? This is a policy, Honorable Chair, and it has guidelines. When this girl becomes expecting, they are encouraged or advised to apply for leave of absence. They go for 2 years and their space is kept. When the child is born, the child is allowed to grow, and when the child is big enough to be left in the hands of a third party, the child can come back to school, and their space is kept. They don't have to come back to school like they are applying. No, they are given leave of absence, and that's how it is called the re-entry policy. I think for now I will call upon Mr. Chibuta also to give some responses to some of our questions. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. I will address also some of the questions that were forwarded, and particularly beginning with the definition of the child. And on this score, it was related to the aspect of child marriage, and specifically on the Marriage Act. So the State Party would like to report that the Marriage Act, Cap 50 of the laws of Zambia, was amended in 2023, and the definition of the child therein was aligned to the Children's Code Act and the Constitution to define a child as one below the age of 18. So that being done, the revision or the amendment of the Marriage Act signaled the aspect of child marriage being prohibited in that regard. So in short, this amendment of the Marriage Act signaled the prohibition of the both customary and civil marriage with regards to children. So that is one on the definition of a child in relation to the Marriage Act, and specifically the question was on the amendment. So its amendment to align the age of the child ensued the fact that now child marriage is prohibited in Zambia, both civil and in customary law. So I want also to deal with the issue of the Anti-Human Trafficking Amendment Act, and specifically the question was what is happening on the ground in terms of how human trafficking, especially child trafficking, is being addressed. I want to point out one aspect that the government is working on, the state party, and that is on the Human Trafficking Fund. So the state party would like to report that the guidelines were finalized on the Human Trafficking Fund, and this will be operational quite soon. I'm quite positive that obviously by the beginning of the first quarter of 2025, this will be operational because the fund guidelines have been completed. I would like to report also that the state party, after the amendment of the Anti-Human Trafficking Act, put in place a fully fledged directorate as provided for by the Act. So there is a directorate of the Anti-Human Trafficking Department in the Ministry of Home Affairs that is tasked with sensitization, with issues surrounding the data, even aggregating reports and reporting to various international conventions. So we have that department in place. I would also like to report that the state party does have shelters where children are housed, suspected victims of trafficking, or indeed in the case of trafficked victims. This is where they are housed, and the state party does have 7 shelters that are fully operational with the guidelines and minimum standards developed thereof. The other issue I wanted to address was regarding the focal point person in the Human Rights Commission. So we, as state party, we are happy to report that the state party does place the promotion and protection of the rights and welfare of the child, and the work of the Human Rights Commission, it does prioritize that work. And the Human Rights Commission of Zambia does have a thematic area around children matter. So they do speak and actually actualize their work around that aspect. And also that focal point person has since been appointed to look into the rights of the child. So I think that's a score that the state party would like to report on that aspect. Then I want to deal also with the issue of the referendum. This is to do with Part 3 of the Constitution of the Republic of Zambia that talks about the Bill of Rights. So I want to indicate that since it's a component that deals with fundamental freedoms, so it means that a lot of work needs to be done for us to be able to hold that referendum. Suffice to mention that the state party continues with consultation, because the holding of the referendum is quite a complex matter, but the state party does report here that the referendum regarding the inclusion of the amendment to the Bill of Rights to include specific rights to do with children, that consultations are in place. And then we would also like to report that many of the rights that have to do with children have been actually enshrined in the Children's Code Act. So consultation is in place, but with the enactment of the Children's Code Act, the rights of the child, the implementation of the rights of the child is therefore in a good space. So for now, Chair, I can hand over to the next person.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Do we have any other person on the team? Yes. Okay, please. Okay, please, you have.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen. So with me, I think I was allocated 6 or 7 questions, and I'll begin with the question on the health strategy of 2017 to 2021. So a question was posed on the way forward regarding this strategy, and we are happy to report that plans are underway to review this strategy, because normally in our country, every strategy runs for a period of 5 years. Thereafter, it's subjected to a review process. And so there will be a review process just to see what has happened, the gains we've made, the lessons learned regarding this health strategy. Then following the review process, a decision will be made as to whether this will be updated or a new one will be developed. Then the other question relates to the best practices in relation to engagements with religious and traditional leaders, and this was specifically speaking to the levels of commitment. So in response to this, the state would like to report that the state has undertaken extensive sensitization activities around the country, starting last year all the way through up to this year, with sensitization activities with traditional and religious leaders, just to capacitate them with information and ensure that all the decisions that are made are actually made in the best interest of the child. And when it comes to the reporting mechanisms, the traditional leaders and religious leaders are actually part of the district child committees, and so they're actually part of the decisions that are made at that level. And when it comes to reporting, they do report any matters that arise to the district child committees, and then the district child committees would report to the provincial committees, then the provincial committees would report to the headquarters. The other question relates to recreation centers. I think it's important to have these centers for children so that they do not fall prey to social vices such as alcohol abuse and drug abuse. And so it's one of the key important issues that the state is trying to address. And one of the key steps taken is repossessing of all the areas that have been earmarked for recreation centers. Apart from that, there's also been sensitization activities in the communities where communities are actually informed on the importance of having recreational facilities. It also involves sensitizing them to ensure that they preserve some of the traditional games as part of the cultural heritage, but also as a substitute maybe to modern recreation facilities that could be lacking. And apart from that, there have been calls also made to the private sector to ensure that they do come on board and help in the establishment of recreation centers through corporate social responsibility. Then the fifth question relates to how social protection programs are financed. So the state would like to report that most of the social protection programs are actually financed through the government, but we do have a number of programs also that are financed by development partners. Then a question was posed on the forms of support given to the girls that fall pregnant and then later on go back to school. We know that factors that may affect the girl staying in school because the child is involved, the caregiver will be involved, and then the girl herself. And so different interventions have been put in place just to ensure that the girl concentrates and returns to school. And some of the measures include providing social assistance. This is mainly in the form of social cash transfer to their household where the girl comes from, and then also provision of school requisites, and also in some cases provision of sanitary towels. Then a question was posed on practical steps that the state has taken to address poverty. So social protection has actually been identified by the state as a key strategy, or rather as a key tool that is going to be used to address poverty. And so various social protection programs have been implemented, which include social assistance programs. We do have the social cash transfers that are given across different categories in the households where they're chronically ill. We have child-headed households, we have female-headed households, where there are 3 or more children. Then we do have households with a member with a disability and the elderly. Then apart from that, we do have the food security packs that are given to households just to ensure food and income security. Apart from that, the state has been implementing various empowerment and livelihood schemes also for the households that are vulnerable, and that also is with the aim of ensuring that the education and health outcomes of the households, especially for children, are actually desirable. Then apart from that, there are other programs such as the 1,000 critical days program that is implemented countrywide. This is a nutrition program, and then school feeding programs that are also implemented. I think for now these are the questions that I had. I submit, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Can we hear from the other person on the team?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Just responding to the other concerns that were raised, there was something on budget allocation towards the National Coordinating Committee for Children. I wish to report that the state party is currently working in clusters, and these clusters comprise of both state and non-state actors who sit to plan together, but the sector responsible for coordination of the children activity is mandated to ensure the budgeting of the committee activities at that level. Then I must also add that the budgetary activity trickles down to the sub-national level, where we have the provincial coordinating committee for children, which is mandated to ensure the district and community structures are included in the budget to enable their implementation. I must add to that the structure of the National Coordinating Committee for Children trickles down from the national level up to the community, where we have the Community Child Protection Committee, which then entails that information comes from the bottom, coming up to the national level in terms of reporting issues. Then there was another concern on the non-discrimination, which brought out issues of discrimination against children with albinism. Let me say State Party is working with the foundation, the Albinism Foundation of Zambia, in ensuring that all children in the country are identified and enlisted so as to know where they are. So this engagement has been going on, and then to that would say there's no specific information on specific rehabilitation centers for children with children with albinism. Instead, all cases are dealt with in line with the Children's Code Act. And largely the state is indeed riding on the provisions of the Children's Code Act in relation to non-discrimination. Then in terms of prosecution, the State Party has not criminalized the issue of discrimination against children with albinism. Instead, the non-discrimination as provided for in the Children's Code Act provides for the protection of such children. So besides, the State Party is also revising the national policy on disability, which the State Party intends to include more information to do with the children with albinism. Then on ratification, the ratification would say is underway, as consultations are still going on with the other stakeholders, both state and non-state. The other issue was on the child participation. The concept of child participation is being localized in all institutions. That is based on the framework that the State Party has provided. The views of the children are collected from various forums that are held, such as the Day of an African Child, the World Children's Day, and many other marked days. Then children are further engaged in the child parliament. Like for Zambia, this will be held as soon as the World Children's Day is held in Zimbabwe in November. For now, I wish to meet Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have more comments? Okay.
There was also another concern regarding issues around comprehensive abortion care, that what is the information around that aspect. So the State Party would like to report that it does have laws in place, and particularly on this subject is a pregnancy, the Termination of Pregnancy Act of 1972. So this act highlights particularly who should provide abortion care, where they can be accessed, but also there is need to understand that sexual reproductive health, such as contraception or family planning, these are accessible, and that services are provided, including to adolescent girls, following what would have maybe been maybe an abuse that has resulted into pregnancy. So additionally, we can talk about the screening for sexually transmitted illnesses, and these are also integrated into the package of clients that visit the institutions or health institutions that provide comprehensive care when it comes to abortion care and generally access to sexual reproductive health. So that's the one I thought I should emphasize on. Then just an addition on social protection, and particularly on maybe what are the numbers when it comes to children that are on social protection programs. So as alluded to by my colleague, Zambia does implement various social protection programs, such as the Keeping Girls in School, social cash transfer, and particularly singling out the child-headed households. And from recent data, as in 2024 data, so we do have at least over 11,000 child-headed households that are on the social cash transfer program, and also the Keeping Girls in School does ride on the cash transfer program. So we do have over 11,000 households that are on this social protection program. So when you translate that, if you give it like you see there are maybe five people in each household, that is the case. So you will find that social protection programs are reaching about 2,200,000 children across the country. So that is one of the measures that is there to protect children, but also to address the adverse effects of poverty and also climate change. Also to add that Zambia is also implementing an emergency cash transfer program or shock responsive cash transfer program that is reaching out to children that have been affected by issues of climate change, because you may be interested to note that Zambia has been affected by climate change with severe drought, and over 2 million people have been affected. So, and part of that is the response towards the plight of the children. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
On the other thing that we wish perhaps to clarify is the issue of clusters. The state party wishes to clarify the issue of clusters. These are groups into which ministries are put in relationship to their job mandate or the services that they offer. And the NCC is a composition of education, health, infrastructure, water development. The secretariat to this cluster, which is the human and the social services cluster, the secretariat is the Ministry of Community Development and Social Services. We also realize that we have not given the actual figures on the budget for children, and we hope to give this information as soon as we can get it, because this is statistics, this is data, and we have to get it from the, we have to get the actual data. And also, we hope to get also the actual numbers of health workers that might have been, that were employed since 2021. We submit, Chair. And if there's anything that we may not have addressed, it can be brought forth will address it. Otherwise, that was what we were given, and those were the groupings onto which we put the questions. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, the leader and delegation of the government of Zambia, for those very clear responses. They addressed many of the concerns that committee members had raised. And so at this juncture, we'll be requesting colleagues on the committee who have follow-up questions to take them in this round of questions. This is also the final round of questions. So if there's anything you wish to clarify, or if there's a new thing in line with the cluster arrangement of the committee. So I have the pleasure of sitting right next to my guests. And so as a country rapporteur, I will go on with this few clarifications, and then after that, colleagues can come in. You have already responded on health. You have already responded on one aspect, on one leg clarification we had sought on the doctor-patient ratio, but you have already given explanations to that. And so the second leg of the question would be that this was addressed through a recruitment process of up to 15,000 health personnel. And with plans to recruit 4,000 more by the end of this year. So how has that, translated to health provision at the community levels? Because elsewhere in the report, it seems as if we have a higher prevalence of community-based volunteers at the level of the community. So we want to get more clarification on the level of deployment of this new health personnel to the community levels. And then on nutrition, the national budget allocation for child nutrition is low. I think the current spending stands at around $1 per child. And this has occasioned stunting. There are aspects of the report that speak to mortality rates affecting children and stunting. So what efforts is government making to increase investment in the issues of the area of nutrition for children? And then the cabway pollution incidents is very instructive in the history, in the position of Zambia. But government has generated, the incidents has generated response from the government, including implementation of the Zambian mining and environmental remediation and improvement projects running from 2017 to 2021 or so. My question is, how institutionalized and how well resourced was this project, in such a way that it addresses the issues not just for now, but for the future? Is it well resourced in such a way that it can be used as a preventive measure against these occurrences in future? Because you recall that contamination has also been detected in 4 other locations. So this calls for a plan. It calls for a plan to prevent it. And so how is institutionalized this? I'm hoping that it was beyond response for that incident alone, but that it has aspects of prevention so that there is no recurrence of such. And so, and this also brings me to another question. In general terms, has this informed more preventive measures on behalf of government? For instance, adopting of an early warning mechanism. Recall also that Zambia is prone to incidents of climate change, the droughts and all that. Has that informed, the decision by government to adopt early warning mechanisms that are able to detect on these issues of late contamination and drought specifically? And has this also informed the adoption of the humanitarian response, the national humanitarian response, to be able to respond when these issues come up. And for the committee here, we hope that if there is any such response plan, that it mainstreams the issues of children's rights in it, given that children are more disproportionately affected by such situations. So on education, the provision of free education at primary and secondary school levels is well noted by the committee. But conversely, how has this impacted the quality of education? It may seem that the free education and then added to issues of school feeding programs seem to have attracted more learners to the school environment. And so how has government been able to rise to these numbers, increasing numbers? For now, there is a student-teacher ratio of, a teacher-student ratio of 1 to 58 in primary schools and 1 to 38 in secondary schools. How has this impacted the quality of education? Hoping that there was no drop as a result of these positive initiatives of government. So there is also this low transition from primary to secondary schools, whereby out of 10,730 schools, 9,441 consist of primary schools, and secondary schools stand at a meager 1,290. What is responsible for these transition gaps? Is it that there are inadequate secondary schools for learners to continue their education to that level? Or has there been a gender analysis to discover if the issues are issues of gender affecting girls drop out in school? And then the rights of children with disabilities in the education sector also comes into play, because there is a special grant made to special schools to facilitate the education of children who need assistive devices, children with various forms of impairment that need assistive devices to be able to continue their education. And the report says this special grant is inadequate. It is not completely able to take care of the situation. So what efforts are being made to address these inadequacies? Maybe through increased budgeting for this in this sector, increased partnerships, and whatever other initiatives can be deployed. And in the same vein, recruitment of qualified teachers to handle special education is commended here. The committee would just like to know, how adequate these teachers are. Do they really address the numbers of children with disabilities, children with learning impairments, or children with special needs in the education sector? Okay. Issues of violence against children. There have been efforts at legislative and administrative initiatives to respond to issues of child labor, including the amendments of the Act dealing with that, and the increased recruitment of labor inspectors, etc. So what social approaches has the state also adopted towards addressing this issue? Has there been a national study or a survey to identify the root causes of child labor? And are there statistics that indicate the positive impacts the social protection has had, or how it has effectively succeeded in supporting targeted vulnerable families in order to be able to reduce the high incidence of child labor? Issues around violence against children broadly. For instance, in sexual exploitation, the report talks about a high prevalence of sexual abuse in the society, especially in the family setting where reporting is not really encouraged. But what strategies, broadly speaking, what efforts have been made? This question it covers a wide range of VAC manifestations, not just sexual abuse, but what efforts have been made and how much success have been recorded towards recovery of children, of survivors of violence against children, recovery of children from trafficking, recover children from prostitution, from child labor, from drug use, from sexual exploitation. What efforts have been made broadly to respond to this group of children who are survivors or victims of violence against children? In the first place, is there a central database on these issues of VAC that enables the state to plan, to budget, to respond, and to be able to measure the progress made towards curbing these issues? And by way of response, what structures are in existence for response to children who are victims of these acts of violence? Child protection standards clearly recommend an integrated and holistic kind of response involving physical protection from harm, shelter, food, psychosocial support, rehabilitation, and reintegration into the society. So what physical structures exist in the country for that purpose? And by this, I'm referring to shelters, to one-stop centers, their presence, and the kind of capacity you have within there to be able to attend to survivors of violence against children. Also, presence at all levels of the country. And in terms of rehabilitation, what measures exist to ensure that survivors are able to go back to school or acquire life skills towards their development, having been rescued? And speaking specifically about recovery, what is government doing? What kind of response does government have in place for children who are drug users on the street? Children using drugs on the street. I think they are called junkies. How is government responding to this incidence of junkies? Because they are large, they are many in numbers now. How is government responding to the issue of drug abuse in the country? And this would be, my final question would be, still on issues of VAC, what strategies have been employed by the state to strengthen the capacity of law enforcement to deal with child-related offenses, often considered as family issues? Most issues affecting children are considered as family issues. So how much understanding do we have and how much capacity has the state been able to give to law enforcement officers to deal with issues of child-based crimes? And those would be my questions, please. I'm sorry, so can we have committee members who have questions? Mr. Chair, could you come back here, please?
Muito obrigado. Thank you.
Honorable Sabrina.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to thank all the members of the delegation for their response and also for sharing with us these best practices with the committee, the members of the committee, and also with all participants here. So you are doing some gymnastic. I will take the floor in French.
With regard to the, well, I'm going to delve into the second question. With regard to family environment and alternative protections, would you please share the light on complementary measures or in delving with numbers on centers of on Center for Children, because when it tells the next issue with regard to the fact that Zambia has adopted a mainstream approach with regard to case management and also in working with the communities as far as statutory commitments, what are the measures of follow-up as the government established to guarantee a better social protection with regard to health and welfare and as well as access to other services? Would you please inform the committee on with regard to eradication of HIV/AIDS and malaria in amongst young children in rural zones? With regard to health risks, you have responded on some aspect of this question. The committee commends you on the implementation of the action plan on persistent risk with regard to Plan Kabwe. Would you please inform the committee that your government on how you are going to assess the sanitation project and also the improvement of the mineral exploitation from up to June 2023, which is going to enable you to capitalize on the experiences and share with other countries the best practices. With regard to reproductive health, the committee would like to obtain more information on the efforts envisaged to support psychological support and mental health of these adolescents, while the rapes, which incestuous rapes. With regard to recreational activities and leisure, the committee would like to commend the member state for having offered or finished free education at the primary and secondary levels, and also the increment on the schooling. Would you please furnish us information on school attendance and the causality of dropout, which is going to give you a mapping at the national level, so that you may work in the school reintegration. What is the strategy of the member state with regard to school retention, especially among young girls? Well, next point, with regard to the efforts vis-a-vis the school infrastructures, the committee would like to commend you on your colossal efforts with regard to the infrastructural development, and as well as at all levels, and as well as residency on Project ZEP. What about the people, the children who have dropped out of schools, or those who have quit schools, school dropout? Are there any other professional trainings for them with regard to social protection measures? The committee would like to thank the member states for all the provisions pertaining to children living with disabilities. We'd like to know whether Zambia delineates the types of disabilities in its action plan. with regard to nefarious or harmful practices. You have well undergirded that communities have become more vigilant because they are reporting all suspicious activities susceptible of augmenting these harmful practices, and you have already noted a lot of reporting these cases. Are there any reporting mechanisms which are already established? What are these kind of mechanisms? Do you have statistic data on the reporting activities and the quality thereof? And my last question with regard to migrant children, the committee would like to commend you on the infrastructure measures that you have established, implemented. The committee would like to know what are the strategies of the government to ensure the access to education and also to health justice, and what are the measures of social protection, and how does the government determine the age of the minor? I so submit, Chair. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Honorable Robert. You have the floor, followed by Honorable Anumusiwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I add my voice to the members who have thanked you for your engagement this afternoon. I have 5 very short questions as follow-up questions. The first one is on protection from torture and abuse. Would like to know if you have statistics that inform the prohibition of corporal punishment, especially through the Children's Code Act. Are there mechanisms in place for purposes of monitoring and enforcing the ban? Number 2, it would be good to know some of the strategies that the government has put in place to address the problem of children living on the street. Yes, the Honorable Vice Chair spoke about it, but also from the perspective of dealing with street children and drug abuse. But I'm equally interested in getting them off the street as a place of vulnerability. Number 3, there is an indication of an adolescent health strategy. Is it the current 2020 to 2026 health strategy? If so, what is the status of implementation? At what point are we at? Has it been subjected to some kind of midterm review? Or when is it due for review to establish its effectiveness? On special protection measures, I would request for an update on measures taken to improve the well-being and conditions of children, especially in refugee camps or children that have been internally displaced. There is the ongoing drought, I know, which has affected the country quite drastically. Any insights on what the government has done, especially from the perspective of children and the improvement? On family environment and alternative care, what is the government's position, or how is it ensuring that family-based care is prioritized over institution care? Are there specific support mechanisms in place for children with disabilities? Lastly, with regard to administration of child justice, the new law provides for alternative centers for children in conflict with the law. My question is, how is the state dealing with this? Since how is it dealing with this, perhaps from the perspective of how many reformatory or approved centers are there? And if so, what is it doing to improve the situation in the best interest of the child? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and I hand over to you.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you very much. Since I'm speaking for the first time, let me also join my colleagues in welcoming the delegation of Zambia, and we appreciate the presentation so far. I've 2 questions. It's around children without parental care. The committee applauds the government for the integrated case management approach in the care of children without parental care. The options which you are implementing are quite commendable. My question is that how much progress has the government of Zambia made towards the institutionalization of these children? Are there any children's homes which have been closed so far?
in favor of deinstitutionalization. And for the children's homes which Zambia has, what percentage is belonging to government and what percentage for private sector? And if you can also share with us the total number of children who are in institutions. I submit, sir. Chair, sorry, I submit.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you for your questions. Should there be no more questions, we will have 15 minutes to allow the Republic of Zambia to consult and prepare the answers. And we will, after 15 minutes, we will come back, listen to the answers, and then we will have concluding remarks. So I adjourn this session. So the delegation of Zambia, may you please take leave of us to go back to the place where you were before to prepare your answers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I kindly ask to take the seat, and without further delay, I give the floor to Head of Delegation, Republic of Zambia. Excellency, you have the floor.
Good afternoon again, Honorable Chair, and thank you once more for giving us the opportunity to clarify items as pertains to Zambia as a state party to the African Commission on the Rights and Welfare of Children. We had about 19 questions in all, and some of them, yes, they can still be grouped together and answered as one, as they are related. We'll begin with the education, free education. How has this impacted on the quality of education? First and foremost, I wish to report to this committee that the state party is very gladdened by the fact that our classrooms are full and almost every child now is in school. That is because education is accessible and children go to school without paying. However, this has come with what the committee has observed, which is overflooded classrooms and expanding the teacher ratio pupils. I wish to state that this is an aftermath of a very good decision and strategy by the state party report, and to counteract this, the state needs to strategize. That's all I can say as for now. It is a new scenario and the state has to strategize, but I'm comfortable to report to the committee that what you have observed has also been observed by the state party, that children are more in school now than they were. One of the strategies that has been put is that each constituency is actually tasked to make it its own desks. Each constituency has the leeway to decide on how many classes they are going to build, depending on the number of children in that constituency. And government has been consistent in the employment of teachers. Other strategies, if these are not better enough, I think they will be decided upon as we progress with the free education. What strategies are being made to curb violence in the family? Violence in the family, yes, it's there, and we have a number of strategies that the state party is employing in order to curb this. Among them is that we have what we call the victim support units, where members go when their security, their privacy, their emotional health is threatened. We also have the child protection units, whose mandate is specifically just to do with the protection of children. Shelter, one-stop center for children in need. Yes, we have these, and we are also working with, the state party is also working with partners. We have a few state-owned child care homes, and our partners also have, but in order to extend and show government's commitment and willingness to provide the best for our children, the privately owned child care facilities, some of them actually are given financial support. And the state party now should also report that we are in the process of constructing a one-stop center for our children. It's not yet constructed, but the processes and the plans, architectural plans, are actually being drawn so that the state party can have its own one-stop child care facility. What measures are in place to make sure survivors go to school? Maybe these are survivors of drugs or GBV. They are actually assisted to get back into school. When we have these in our facilities as a state party, we ask them, especially for children, do you still want to go to school? Just to prepare their minds. And if there is a lot of willingness and this child does not need further counseling to prepare them for the education, classroom facilities are sought for them, and they are taken back to school. Just about maybe 4 or 5 months ago, we took back to school 4 children on the copper belt of Zambia who were actually initially, these children used to be on the streets. What strategies are in place to strengthen the law enforcement officers to deal with violence against the children? Provision of transport by the state party, capacity building, and they are also on established positions. They do not work as part-time officers, no. They are established like, at the national level, we have the Child Protection Unit Coordinator, and those structures cascade down to the districts. And yes, materials, positions, and capacity buildings. And whenever they need any form of assistance, maybe they need fuel to go and attend to a particular incident that has happened, the state party comes in very, very quickly. Eradication of malaria and HIV. The state party wishes to report that these are actually like very good preventive songs in our ears. We have the Malaria Week, we have HIV campaigns, we have when people are affected or they get sick with malaria, they are given treatment. We have never had a situation whereby we did not have malaria medicines in the hospitals. We have not experienced that before. And also mosquitoes are distributed free of charge, especially to our vulnerable communities in our rural places. School attendance and the case of dropout. The causes are the old ones: teenage pregnancies, forced marriages, poverty, and gender inequalities, disparities in our homes, where families will feel that there are still families which feel that the boy should go to school and the girl shouldn't. At that point, Honorable Chair, I'll call upon any one of the members also to give responses to the raised questions. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I will tackle the other concerns that were raised by the committee. So the first one was around child justice and in relation to child-approved centers and reformatory centers. So we, as state party, do have 2 child-approved centers, and that is Nakambala child-approved center for boys, and Insakwe approved center for girls. So those are the 2 that we have. And then we do have 1 reformatory for boys in Kazungula district near Livingstone. You may be familiar with Livingstone. So that is where this one is located. So we have those, 2 child-approved center and 1 reformatory. So government, the state party does have plans, and that is provided for in the Children's Code Act to establish more child-approved centers, and also to establish child transit centers in relation to children in conflict with the law. The other one was around the drought. What measures are being taken, or is there a strategy that has been put up by government to protect children, or indeed to respond to the adverse effects of the drought scourge? So the state party reports that it formulated the National Drought Response Plan, and one of the key components there was a child protection cluster that is part of that response plan. So in collaboration with other stakeholders, the state party conducted activities that ranged from provision of cash transfers to children, and also food supplements, as well as food rations. So these are some of the strategies that were there. And also just to report that there was a realignment of the budget in order to respond to this crisis. So some of the budget lines were realigned in order to respond to the drought that the country had found itself in. Let me also respond to one issue surrounding what the government is doing to support family-based care. So the government of the Republic of Zambia has the reintegration and alternative care guidelines, as well as the national framework for alternative care, which provides a continuum of care for children that are in need of care, and of course those that are in child care facilities. The first core is to ensure that children remain in families. So that is the first core. So you will note that through its care reforms, the government of the Republic of Zambia, the state party in this case, does emphasize the keeping of children in families. So we do have a consortium of state and non-state actors that advances programming around family-based care, what we call the Alternative Care Technical Working Group. In terms of the numbers, so in terms of child care facilities or orphans, and this is just an addition to what the leader of delegation had indicated, child care facilities, that's how they are called in the Children's Code Act. The state party has a total of 185 child care facilities, that is orphanages. Now, these child care facilities are not run by the state, so I should emphasize that point. They are run by the private sector. However, in terms of monitoring and adherence to the minimum standards of care, the state has an oversight over these facilities. And the state does provide a grant to the facilities to supplement on their efforts to take care of the children in need of care. So you will note there was a question regarding closure of the facilities. So what has happened is that, yes, we do have a number of facilities that have closed up. One reason being, of course, maybe folding up because of maybe the funding constraints, but also additionally, through the programming of government, facilities are transitioning. So there's a transitioning program onto becoming providers of intensive family support. And to that effect, the state party is developing and has actually finalized the intensive family support guidelines, which will guide the NGOs, the child care facilities to transition into providers of intensive family support services. Regarding the number, there was a question also regarding the number of children in care homes. So those that are in child care facilities, you may have come across the report, the assessment report done in 2017, which revealed that over 6,500 children were in residential care in these child care facilities. But because of the programming by government aimed at supporting family-based care, the state party would like to report that that number has since reduced to almost 4,500. So there are reintegration programs, reunification programs, family strengthening, family support programs that are being provided. Then the last question I wanted to deal with was regarding refugee children. What protection measures does government put in place to deal with refugee children, or children on the move, migrant children? So the state party has what is called the national referral mechanism. So not only a coordination mechanism, but a mechanism that supports the referring of cases using an integrated case management approach of identifying the special needs of the category of migrants. And in this particular case, we can talk about the provision of shelter, for example. So the national referral mechanism does guide in terms of which actors, which stakeholders provide shelter, which stakeholders provide education. So for example, if a child is in a refugee camp, so using the national referral mechanism, and if the child needs education, so they would be referred to an institution or an organ of government, a ministry that provides education. I submit, Chair, on those aspects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. May I also add to some of the issues that were raised? There was an issue of enhancing the education for children with disability and what the government is doing. May I report that the state party has considered the issue of children with disabilities, and special units in schools are being provided with grants in order to meet the needs of the children. Currently, 229 in-service teachers and lecturers have since been trained. And then working with partners, assistive devices have also been provided in various schools. There is also an integration of specific intervention into community-based programs. Schools have also a facility we are calling health for health learners. This one is there to take the vitals for the children within a school setup. And the early grade screening tools, which is handy, has also been designed. And we have seen over 30,000 teachers employed, among which there are those trained to handle the children with special needs. Then in terms of accessibility, about 3,119 facilities are currently providing for inclusion in terms of special needs for children with disabilities. Then the other issue that was raised is on children on the street. Basically, there's no comprehensive data on as to how many children are on the street. However, data from reports and some assessments indicate that there are about 13,500 children on the street. Among them, 25% is said to be sleeping on the street. Then, in terms of the central database, the state party is consulting with stakeholders in order to determine the parameters of the database that is being planned for. I submit.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll take on 4 questions. I'll run you through the responses. The first one being on strategies to identify child labor and also the factors that contribute to this. And so we wish to mention that child labor is mostly common in the agricultural and mining sectors of Zambia, as well as in the form of street vending. And so when it comes to identifying child labor, this is mostly done through the labor force surveys that are conducted in the country. And so the tools that are used make it easy to extract information on child labor. Then some of the factors that contribute to child labor, obviously most of these are socio-economic in nature. And these include poverty, domestic violence, limited employment opportunities, and violence, yeah. Then the second question relates to the issue of drug abuse and also recovering. I think there were 2 concerns, but they are more or less the same, on the same issue. So when it comes to the interventions that the state party has put in place to ensure that youths mostly referred to as junks in our communities, we ensure that they go back to school and just lead productive lives. So I'll just take you through some of the interventions that we've put in place. The first being counseling and education unit under the DEC, which is the Drug Enforcement Commission. It undertakes this function of counseling and also the general education on the dangers of drugs and alcohol abuse. Then the second being awareness raising activities that are done through various platforms and with different stakeholders. Then the third being positive parenting, and this has been done where the state has actually printed the positive parenting booklets and disseminated in the communities. Then the fourth being strengthening capacities of rehab centers in various places that are dotted around the country. And this is done in collaboration with stakeholders. Then the fifth being the health centers providing also some counseling services and other services that relate to drug and alcohol abuse. The sixth is supporting transformation of beliefs and behaviors. There's a common belief that when you consume alcohol or abuse drugs, you tend to forget about your problems. And that's a common issue among the youths. And so the state has been actively supporting behavioral change and through the transformation of beliefs, supporting transformation of beliefs and behavior. And the last being youth empowerment, and this has been done through different institutions that are actually providing youth empowerment, and one of them has already been highlighted, the constituency development funds, where development is being taken to the communities, and the communities actually decide what they do with the funds. And one of the major components with that fund is youth empowerment. Then the other concern, or was it a comment on adolescent health strategy, on the adolescent health strategy of 2017 to 2021. So this has already been revised and a new one has since been developed which will run up to 2026. And so this strategy is actually has focused on incorporating strategies aimed at addressing sexual gender-based violence, including child marriage, increased access to HIV testing, treatment, and also the general care of adolescents. And the last question that I have relates to the reasons for school dropout. So there are several factors, but common among these are poverty. It's one of them, obviously, when there is a lot of poverty in the community, in their homes. It's one of those factors that would push children to drop out of school. For others, it may not be a push for them to do better for themselves. They just tend to be discouraged. Then the other factor is displacements. This could be due to disasters or emergencies, and families are displaced. Then the other factor is early marriages. And then there's also a factor of teenage pregnancies. And then we also have, in some cases, long distances to school tend to discourage some children to attend school. And then also violence. This may be violence in the homes, this may be violence in school among children and violence against children. And so this is one of the big factors that actually contributes to school dropout. And the last item being broken homes. So for children to actually concentrate and stay in school, they need family support. I submit, Chair.
Lastly, on the rehabilitation, Honorable Chair, we are glad to report that by December 31st, about 2,553 children were gotten from the streets, rehabilitated and integrated back with their families. In our report, we were saying that the prime desire for the state is that children should grow up in their homes. So whenever we get them, they are rehabilitated and empowered if they should be empowered, and they are taken back to their families. This was Lusaka. Our country has 10 provinces. So of the 2,553, 734 were in Lusaka, 763 were from the Copper Belt, 110 were from Southern Province, 300 from Eastern Province, 115 from Muchinga, 150 from Northern Province, 40 from Western Province, and 175 from Central. Northwestern had 145, and Luapula had 21. These provinces with low figures are those that are rural. The last question was asking about the Kabwe lead. What's the way forward? And I'll just perhaps read what we what we reported on in the initially. So the way forward was that the state party developed a lead education and awareness framework. It developed a lead education and awareness toolkit. The state party established a district lead education and awareness committee. There was also dredging of the landscaping and concrete lining of the Kabwe main canal, and this lining of the canal was meant to reduce environmental hazards, mainly exposure to lead that would be associated with the overflooding of the canal. And the officers were placed at Kabwe District Clinic in order to, they were trained to detect lead from human blood, so that whenever there is such an incident, this lead can be detected from the human blood and treatment given there and then. So these are the steps that the government has put in place in order to curb further lead contamination amongst our children. Thank you very much, Chair. We submit.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, delegation of the Republic of Zambia. We thank you for your periodic report. On behalf of the committee, with all the members in office, we really thank you very much. Thank you, Zambia, for your compliance with your responsibilities concerning the provision for the rights of the child, and we wish you all the best to continue working towards ensuring the safeguarding of the rights of the child. We want to acknowledge all your efforts concerning the materialization of the rights of the child. We commend and encourage you for all your effort, and we encourage you to continue to work towards the safeguarding of the condition of the child in your country. We also heard from the delegation of the Republic of Zambia that you acknowledge that there are prevailing challenges which ought to be tackled so as to improve the condition of the child. When a state acknowledges that not all is as desired, that is the very first step to ensure that the problems are solved. Therefore, we want to further acknowledge that the delegation of Zambia has proven that they acknowledge that there is a lot that has to be taken care of with regards the rights of the child, but there is a critical aspect, which is the willingness to improve. And when there is a will, there is a way, because that becomes the starting point for the process as a whole to materialize what remains to be done. We would therefore to ask Zambia to pay attention to some issues which were brought up. First, we would like to ask that there be the strengthening of the public policies concerning the rights of the child, with major incidents with the fight against multidimensional poverty, which often manifests itself in the field of fighting against hunger. We would also recommend the improvement of the social protection component, and we encourage you to continue to ensure the right to education. Again, concerning the right to education, this is the year dedicated to education, so the committee would like to underscore for Zambia and for all other member states concerning this theme. We should not only ensure the right to education in terms of inclusion, but we have to think of quality education, and we would also like to plead with Zambia to ensure that in the public policies aiming at improving the education or the local education systems, should pay due attention to ensure that the education provided must be in tandem with the challenges of the 21st century, such as the usage of artificial intelligence, usage of robots, and all the technological developments. The committee has been appealing with the member states, because it's not enough today just to be contented with having a child going to school, but it's important to ensure that the children do have access to the necessary qualifications to respond to the labor market of the future, which is continuously evolving. Today, computers and robots do most of what used to be done by human beings. So it is critical for the African member states, and in this particular case, we are addressing ourselves to Zambia. May you please check what would be the better suitable methods to prepare your children to respond to the challenges of the 21st century. By the same token, we would like to encourage Zambia to continue to work towards the abolition of the harmful practices that affect children, mainly girls. We have noticed that there are a lot of positive developments, but we still encourage you to ensure the full abolition of such harmful practices, and that can be better done through the outreach and interaction with the traditional leaders and with the communities at the grassroots level. We would also like to encourage Zambia to enhance the budget dedicated to education. Yes, we took due note to the fact that Zambia does allocate a considerable budget to the child sector. That notwithstanding, we will still encourage you to increase the percentage to be in tandem with the international standards as agreed in the African Union concerning the budgets to be allocated for child education and protection. We will also plead with you to continue to support the African Union and the committee in our work related to human rights in general in Africa. Last but not least, we would like to inform Zambia that the committee is open to accept an invitation should Zambia consider organizing one of our sessions. That said, and bearing in mind that we have gone way beyond time, we are going to respectfully, with permission of the senior officials of the Republic of Zambia, close this particular session, but before that we'll allow the Republic of Zambia to take the floor for the final considerations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. We appreciate your concern, and indeed today's education must answer to the needs of the time, and the budget for education actually should take the center stage, or should take the bigger chunk if we are to prepare our children to take up the roles that we want them to take. I just wanted to say that before I read my concluding remarks, and yes, I'll give you my email so that I can have a comprehensive overview of what you have written, because for me, those are the areas which you have observed we should improve on. We value the African Union. It is our union, and we do justice to ourselves if we can discuss and take up the resolutions that we make. When we discuss things like this, it means that we need everybody else to be brought on board if we have to have the Africa that we want. Our friends have formed unions that have actually worked wonders, and we see them. You go to a university in Malawi, you get employment in Cameroon without actually being asked for that and this. No visa, no nothing and the like. And we admire them. Our children are always trekking there to go and get education. So even in a small way, we have begun and we have the passion to make the African Union also tick. We believe we are not less than anyone else. It's just a matter of how much we apply ourselves to the situation, and we are good to go. So as a state party, we would like again to reaffirm our commitment to support and move in conformity with what the union agrees to advise us on. Our concluding remarks is that first and foremost, again, I wish to applaud the incredible efforts that the African Union, through the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, continue to render in protecting and promoting and protecting the rights of our children on the continent. It will always be true that if Africa wishes to see a continent better than we have today, children must be viewed as a resource and not a problem to be worked on. Therefore, it can't go without saying that if there was a time when we needed to have a serious introspection on our recipes for child care and child training, that time is now. Our cultures are beautiful and rich and unique, but those that harm the future of our children later on our continent, many a time permanently so, should seriously be given a second thought, because the world is constantly in motion, and what worked for our forefathers may never work for our children. My sincere gratitude again to the esteemed committee for the chance to present the state party report, but more so for the push and the guidance given, especially during your visit to Zambia when we were commemorating the Day of the African Child last year. Your visit cultivated a basis for reflection in our efforts to fight for the rights of our children. The state is tasked with ensuring that the needs and rights of children are at the center of its policy and the development agenda, at the center of its policy and the development agenda. This is the only way we will provide opportunities for children to thrive and contribute meaningfully to a shared future. Therefore, we still reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that the dignity and rights of our children are not only protected but attained. I'm looking at time. I would have also said this, but I think I can omit this one with your permission, and then just go to the last part. We have said enough, and I think enough is good when it is enough, and not more than that. So, Honorable Chairperson, again, we are not saying it has been all roses like you have pointed out in your concluding remarks. Despite the progress as mentioned in our report, we have concerns and gaps yet to be closed. And I still also want to concur with you when you say that acknowledging a gap is the first step to having it rectified. So we still have rights of children being violated in different ways in the name of culture, religion, geographical location, training, and gender. The violation of the rights of children take place in various setups, social institutions, homes, our communities, among others. And this significantly increases the vulnerability of children and further compromises their future. The undesirable consequences of violence on the rights of children are far-reaching, as this may lead to intergenerational circles of vulnerability, poverty, and underdevelopment. Therefore, as a state, we acknowledge this, and we will do the best we can possibly do, both in our planning in our implementation, in our reviews, in our reflections, to make sure that what we do not like today does not continue to bother our emotions. The state party is hopeful that we have what it takes to promote and project the rights of our children, both as a country and as a continent. We thank you for this rare opportunity because it does not come so often. We really thank you, and above all, we thank you for your open guidance. And on a lighter note, Honorable Gava is our state rapporteur. And when she was asking, I was just saying, is she asking another question? We thank you very much for that because they really open our minds. With all due respect to the committee, we wish to submit and end here. Thank you very much.
Once again, we appreciate your work for the committee, and we are glad for your commitment to submit the periodic report and the commitment to fulfill all the rules of the African Charter of Children. To finalize, I would like to thank the Republic of Zambia and its delegations, and we would like to inform that the committee will appreciate your report and submit recommendations as soon as possible, and in 1 or 2 years we would like to visit your country and for follow-up missions of the implementation of the recommendation of the committee. So, once again, I would like to thank for all your commitment, and we will end this session. Thank you. And just before the end, do we have any information? Philippe, please.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so very much, Chair, for the floor. Chair, honorable members of the committee, distinguished delegate of member states, distinguished participants. Today we had an open session pertaining to member states Namibia and Zambia. Tomorrow we're going to have an open session from 9 hours where we are going to have a hearing on the implementation of decisions pertaining to communication number 2, which actually was submitted by a Human Rights Center and the Center for Reproductive Rights against the United Republic of Tanzania. And this will be a public hearing. Everybody is welcome. And from tomorrow afternoon, the committee is going to gather in a closed session. Therefore, you are all invited for this public session. On distinguished members of committee, your day is not off because you have another activity after this session, and information was sent to your to your private email. Please accord it more time. Thank you, Chair.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very